Let's go.
Good morning, Commission. Good morning, City Manager. My name is Dan Samarian, 11530 Griffey Boulevard. Madam Clerk, I sent you a letter. Did I drop off a letter? Can I have permission to read the letter instead of you reading? No, I'm asking you. It's okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is in reference to the November 5th, 2024 election that's coming up. This was the letter I'm going to read word for word that I sent to the clerk. To the village clerk, for the upcoming November 5th election, there are 3 open seats for the commission. As of the closing date, August 24th, there were only 3 candidates that qualified, therefore eliminating the necessary to have another election November 4th, therefore saving the village and the residents $12,000. According to our charter, we must hold another election to determine which 2 with the highest votes get 4-year term each, and the third gets 2. In turn, we would have to spend the $12,000 to have this election. With this in mind, I would clearly concede and accept a 2-year term, eliminating the need of the residents in the village to hold another election at the cost of $12,000 that would have to be spent to determine the length of service of each commissioner. Signed, Dan Samarian. So that's the proposal that I'm making, that I'm willing to take the 2-year term, and the other 2 individuals will get the 4-year term. And I believe that should be feasible. Hopefully the attorney would agree with, that would save the village $12,000. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Let's go ahead.
Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. Really glad to see John here tonight. It would have been great to have department heads here throughout the process when you were dealing with their departments, because I would think you being able to ask questions and hear answers directly from the people who hopefully crafted these budgets, but certainly have to make them work, would have been more meaningful. And I'm thinking like tonight, I would have liked to see Doreen here, because one of the things I'm interested in hearing, and I'm sure you are too, because it's a brand new line item, is the budget in the code budget for an attorney to be at all of our meetings. Now, just a quick kind of recap of my thoughts on this. When we have a situation like we did several months ago, that yes, this was a property owner that had multiple violations, the fines had accumulated, they had an attorney come to pitch their case to have it dismissed on a technicality. Would it have been much better if our attorney had been there? Absolutely. But we don't make rash decisions. We did table it to the following month. We did get the information we need. And there may be other situations where the code staff looks at some of these cases and says, you know, we need more input for this, and we would need the attorney there, but they're going to know that in advance, because those cases and those notices to appear have got to be posted, I believe it's 10 days prior, which would seem to give time to reach out to the attorney, ask that he be able to Zoom in, rather than taking his time and paying him to sit 2 to 3 hours in a meeting where he may never be called upon. Now, if the feeling is, well, we may avoid lawsuits by having the attorney there, my question would be, when was the last time the village was sued on a code issue? What was the issue and what was the result? And what do other cities do? We've got to take into consideration other cities have commercial, which not only are bound to be far more complex than anything we see with strictly residential, but they're pretty much guaranteed to be at the table with their attorney. So again, it would have just been great to hear her input on all of this. Thanks.
Thanks, Janie. Any others in the log cabin before we?
All right. Good evening. My name is Danielle Wolf. I live at 1120 Northeast 115th Street, and I'm the current chair of the Parks and Parkways Advisory Committee, and I'm here on their behalf and for my own personal views as a resident. Unfortunately, we have a really comprehensive document that we'll share with you as soon as my cohort arrives, so you can see it. But we're here to request funds, which is what this is all about. So if you look out our beautiful door across 7th, there's this beautiful large grassy area. which currently holds a single sign and 2 small sections of butterfly plants. Now, we live in a beautiful, beautiful community, and there's so much green space, and I'll speak for myself, I think it's underutilized. And just like anything, it takes money to make those spaces usable for the community. So we are asking for a lot of money, but a very comprehensive reason why. We want to do a restoration project to really create a space that is community focused, great for the environment, and a place for the community to gather, have events, and really just a place to embrace the local greenery. Not doing a really good job up here of explaining what we want, but there are a few reasons why this is really important. There's an ecological impact. So thinking about the native keystone species throughout the community, we can really highlight that area to be able to bring in native species. We know that there's environmental impacts by bringing in native species. We'll see more birds, more butterflies, all of the critters that we know and love. And there's a lot of health benefits. There's lots of construction going on. There's lots of things. It'll obviously increase the air quality. And also there's a lot of connections between mental health and green spaces. So that's something to consider. And not only that, it can be a community gathering space. We have the park, obviously, but this could be another opportunity to be able to bring people together in a green space. Now, the vision for this is really robust. It is a huge undertaking, but we envision there to be walking paths, benches. There's even a possibility of adding water fountains, a space for dogs, a space for humans to get water, and really just envision this as a place to gather. And there's ways to involve the community in this, host community engagement plans, all sorts of things. So I will share with you the documents as soon as they arrive so you can see the plan and really outline the funds that we're requesting. And I want a big gasp when I say how much money this is, because it is a huge cost of $50,000 that we're requesting to be allocated towards this. Plants alone, we would need over 2,000 plants to fill this space. It is massive, and that would cost at least $15,000. And when you consider the walking paths, the benches, and everything else, the demolition of making sure that the space is prepared for the planting, it is a lot of money, but it is a long-term investment, not only in the green space, but into the community, the mental health of the community, and the longevity of the green space. So thank you. And when we get the documents, we will share so you can see the breakdown of cost.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Are you planning to stay for the rest of the meeting? It might be long, so we can ask you some questions.
Yes, as long as it is not 10 p.m. I will stay for a little bit, of
All right.
course. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and head to Zoom for any public comment we have there. Seeing any hands?
Nothing on Zoom.
All right, so having completed our public comment, let's get right back into our budget items.
Hey, Jonathan, it's Mac. How are you?
Doing well, Mac, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Sorry, guys, I could not be there. I'm traveling on business, but I'm happy to be here by Zoom. So I'll be taking a little bit of a backseat because it's awkward to be the one sort of voicing it. But I wanted to say something up front before you start jumping in to where we left off. Last meeting, I believe it was the last hearing, Veronica, you brought to us our request to refund the, I'm going to misstate the name of the organization, the North Miami Seniors Foundation that we used to fund, and you asked us to fund it again, and we put money back in there. Very coincidentally, I was contacted by one of the board members this week who was an old friend of mine. I wasn't aware she was even on the board, and she was contacting me to let me be aware of that they just received some grant money that has to be spent by the end of the year. And they wanted to make sure that Biscayne Park seniors, even though we aren't a current, we don't currently fund them in any way in this current fiscal year, she wanted to make sure that our seniors were invited to this. So she sent me some information, their current brochure, and specifically the food drive that is going on now. It's providing food to seniors in need. And I sent that to Pamela this afternoon, both documents, and asked her to forward them to you after I told you guys about it tonight. I did tell her that that at Veronica's request, we had put money back in the budget this year, that it's not finalized yet, but that we had put it in our first draft of the budget, and she was very happy to hear that. So I didn't promise her anything other than let her know kind of where we stood on that. Veronica, her name is Sarah McDevitt, and I think she might be reaching out to you. She thinks she knows you through Izzy, and I think she has a daughter her age. And so if Sarah contacts you, that's what that's about. But I did ask Pamela to send that information, and she's asking us to spread the word on the money that they need to spend by the end of this calendar year. And they want to make sure that our community is involved in that as well.
There, you can see me. Thank you so much. Yes.
There you are. Hey, bro.
There we go. So, and I can see you and you can see me. I appreciate that. Yes. So I had further conversations with them. I actually requested that they send a letter of sort of detailing the services they provide and give you and share with you guys more information. I have some in the draft, but I'm happy to hear that that's coming as well, so we can talk about that. Thank you.
So one of the things they sent, Vero, is their official brochure, and it does list us as one of the communities that benefits from their service. So it must not be completely up to date with current donors, but at least we are listed there, which is why she reached out. So you'll get that from Pamela here after the meeting.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jonathan.
Questions about some of the comments that we had today had to do with the attorney. He's not online, is he?
He was.
He's here.
Yes.
He's up there. We got him. So we can bother him with whatever we need, right, Brad?
No, you can't. I'm just a spectator tonight.
I was waiting for that.
Um,
I was wondering, so we had Mr. Samaria come up with a point. I don't know if this is sort of a discussion to have during budget workshop, or is it something to have during commission meeting?
I would personally say
It's a-
probably a commission meeting, Dan, because we've got a few other parts of the budget we have to work out. We got a hearing coming up, I think, next week. So I think we
Well,
need.
if I may,
Yeah,
Mr. If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt. You can't discuss that as a collegial body tonight. It hasn't been noticed. This is just a workshop. You can put it on as a discussion item for the September 10th meeting, and we can discuss it. I do have some comments on it, just based on what your charter and what your code of ordinances indicates, but I don't think it's appropriate based on the fact that this is a workshop that it be discussed today.
I will say that in regards to the budget, every year, even though there's not an election every fiscal year, we always leave money in there in case we need it for a special election, as we did this year when Ryan was elected to the commission. So regardless of whether the attorney would advise us that we could do what Dan Samaria is suggesting, I don't see any reason to remove that from the budget for fiscal 2025, because we always need that money there in case we need to hold a special election, which we've done twice in the past 6 years.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's not
so
12 grand,
Mac-
by the way. I think it's more 15 or 16.
And Mac, just so you had the
Yeah.
benefit of, Mr. Samaria was just saying the intention wasn't to have us discuss it tonight, just to bring it up, I think. So
Okay.
we'll put it on for discussion at the next one, and we'll
Cool.
come back to it. So
Cool.
thank you, Dan. We appreciate it. We'll come back to it when we can notice it for discussion. Okay, so let's jump right back in. I know, so the larger categories that we had, we've been through commission, we've been through admin, we've been through police. Did we, just remind me, because I was unfortunately not present and I caught up with the manager longer ago than I'd like to admit. Were we in the middle of one of these when we broke? Where did we clean break?
We finished it.
Parks and Rec, and we finished
Administration, we finished?
administration, yeah. We
The
have,
administration.
for the departments, we haven't not touched code or public works yet.
Okay,
And then, and building in a
All the
list of
funds.
the other funds down at the bottom.
right.
All the funds we haven't touched.
Okay.
And then we
if I
also
could
have
jump in
not
real quick.
ever discussed anything that the commission would like to add to the budget. That has never still been brought up. All we're seeing is the manager's recommended budget. We're not hearing anything here that the commission might be requesting.
So can I ask you, Paul, very quickly, where did we leave off with the amount of money that we removed from I think we were working off the asks budget, correct?
Correct. The
Yes.
ask budget had a little over $730,000 above a balanced budget. The current running total that you've removed out of that draft is $234,310.
Mr. Mayor,
That's
if I
very
may?
specific. Just one more time. Sorry,
Paul,
Brad.
say those numbers again, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear one more time.
The amount of money, I'll go backwards. The amount of money you've reduced from the draft asks budget is $234,310.
Okay.
From what was the overage?
No, the approximation was around 730, but I don't know.
My assistant had handed that to me right on time. It was 717,786.
So we're
786?
still 484 in the wrong direction.
Correct.
Okay. Brad, what was it? You wanted to make a comment?
Can I add one piece of information that we haven't
Sure.
really talked about?
Sorry
that I
again,
think
Brad.
is vital to your, our grasp of what you still want to add to the budget.
Yeah, please.
The capital improvement fund is actually a big pot of money that is positive money that's adding to the $700,000 ask budget overage. It's over 600,000.
Mhm.
And last year it was about this, we put 300,000 into it. So this year, so it's a lot of moving parts, but the point is the new money for 2025 will generate that 600,000 in this overdrawn budget, this 700, you see what I'm saying? So you're actually starting with about $120,000 overage and you've cut that down. So you're balanced and you're actually in the black
Yeah.
as a budget process goes, but it's like Max said, there's still lots of pieces to still put it, or there might be lots of pieces you put in, but just keep in the big picture that if you wanted to do that, you have to plan out your CIP to know.
Probably that's the first budget you would recommend we start with.
I don't care. It's the same to me.
Yeah, I'm saying in terms of what the impact.
I don't know which one's a better idea.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and we also have people here, so you would decide. But that's a big chunk. So we started with, I'm sorry, if I go back to the CIP budget, just so that I understand that one, 600,000 you said is proposed for FY 25. That is a percentage, purposely, it's almost double to what we had originally.
Yes, so what the accountant would do is say, well, let's assume you're going to spend everything and need it again.
Okay, so it's doubling basically.
And you haven't spent it all. You've only spent about 230,000 of that 600 from last year.
All right, got it.
So in that, as you know, it doesn't literally move from the 24 budget laterally into the 25 budget. It falls into unassigned, unspent money. You dictate what you want to do with it at the end of the budget process when you elect your final budget or adopt your final budget. And you can pick money from any of the pots that you want to put it in.
So just so we have a firm number on that, you said it's about 230,000 that was already spent?
It was
It was exactly 230,000? So I just want to know how much we're between now and the end of fiscal 24, what we're looking at in excess from CIP that is unspent.
Jonathan, if I may, it's 232,792.
232,792?
Yes, year to date to 630.
And Mr. Manager, out of the 600 from CIP from year prior, or from, I guess, current fiscal, are we expecting any more out of that budget before we get to end of September? And if so, what are we approximating?
We should be using approximately 205,000 additional dollars from the
Between now,
CIP, but those are projects that have begun this fiscal. Whether or not they're going to finish this fiscal, I couldn't tell you at this point.
we're counting them towards,
Correct.
okay. How much additional again? I'm sorry.
205, 520.
520.
And then the only odd thing between the CIP and current funding is the roadway drainage improvement projects, phase 1B and 2. Those are included in the CIP, but those are being funded with CITT monies.
Okay, so if I'm doing this correctly, and I don't represent that I am, looks like we're gonna use about $438,312 from the 600 from CIP.
Correct, roughly.
How did you get to that?
Added the amount that Ryan gave us and already spent for CIP, and added the manager's additional 205,520. And that got us 438,312. If we take that away from our 600, it was 600 even, correct? That was budgeted,
601.
so
601.
601 is for FY 2025, right? That's what you're doing?
Yep.
Just something else to keep in the top of your heads. When we created the CIP, we assumed spend of 350 for fiscal 24, and then jump that up to 400 for fiscal 25, and then increased it by 10,000 for each subsequent fiscal year.
Say that again?
In fiscal 24, we were planning on spending 350,000 on the CIP itself.
Yeah.
Fiscal 25, we proposed 400,000, so a $50,000 increase.
Okay.
And then each additional or each subsequent fiscal year, we were adding $10,000 to that. So 26 is 410, 27 is 420, and so on.
Okay. Okay. Look, I don't have any real, oh, well, I'm sorry, Brad, let me come back to you. You were going to say something. Did you happen to maintain your train of thought?
I did. Just a comment on your initial question as to where you left off. I believe also you were still had some queries about the Parks and Rec budget. If you remember, the former chair of the Parks and Rec Board had made an ask on behalf of the Parks and Rec Department, and you wanted to hear from the department director with regards to those asks. I think it was dealing with the Jazz Festival and the Youth Music Fest for money allocated that was being transferred from the board's fund to the Parks and Rec fund.
And we had questions about, yes, how there was a credit card issue and money not being coded properly, and we were waiting for clarification on all of that.
Director Thornell is on Zoom tonight and can answer those questions.
Okay, so why don't we just start there then? If that's the last item for the Parks and Rec budget. Why don't we just try and put a bow on that one? Isa, oh, there he is. Hey, Isa, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Thanks for joining us.
No problem, of course.
Okay, so if there was a question pending about the funds within the Parks and Rec budget, I would be happy to open the floor to whomever wanted to ask them.
I can just give a quick summary. One of the questions was the $10,000 bill for Springfest. Director, correct me if I'm wrong, but we did confirm that the overage was due to the stage that was actually for Jazz Fest.
Yeah, correct. So there was about a 8,000 difference. So Springfest, only $2,052 was actually spent on Springfest. Budgeted for 2,500 there, so I technically was under what I spent for Springfest this year. So yeah, just a misappropriation of the stage for the Jazz in the Park was put under the Springfest. So clarified that with finance.
So then, Isa, it's Mac. I'm on Zoom as well. You're saying that the Springfest came in a couple of $100 under budget, but then that means the Jazz Festival. We're seeing Jazz Festival at Jazz in the Park was $59.50, and you're saying that add $8,000 onto that for the stage?
So there's a credit card payment of 8,336, which I think is actually two different payments. I need to get that broken down, but as I see it listed, we know that is the payment for the stage, which is roughly 6,500. So they came in right at 11,000 of what they had budgeted for Jazz in the Park. That there's a $300 difference there that I need to get some clarification on. A $3,000 difference there that I need to get some clarification on, but I think it is just the entire credit card statement. So I will get that broken down for you, but they came in at a little over what they budgeted. We were under budgeted for Springfest. There was another payment that is misappropriated for the Winterfest, which is a $1,300 payment. And just while I'm talking about it, so I know I have some overtures in some of my special events this year. I always take pride in getting donations. So Winterfest went over by a little, but I got a $1,000 donation there. So technically I was over $163 at Winterfest. Halloween went over $114, another $1,000 donation towards that total. And what you don't see on there is National Night Out. We got a $1,500 donation towards that. We actually were under spending by $228. So we're right in line with all of the special events. Obviously, inflation every year. Things are going up, bounce houses, and with the high numbers that we've had at the special events lately, anytime we have bounce houses, I have been getting the companies to send staff to manage the bounce houses because our numbers have just been so high. So we spent a little bit more money there. But yeah, so the stage for Jazz in the Fest was put on Spring Fest. It kind of balances out the total for special events is a couple of $100 over once you add in all the donations.
May I ask a favor, and guys, back me up if anyone else would benefit from this. I'm hearing you, and I believe that all this makes more sense, but what we're looking at doesn't. So we're going to see this again, this object code 48. We're going to see it again with our new proposed budget that we've approved the last meeting, and we'll have another conversation tonight. Can this page get cleaned up considerably for us, please? Because it's still I'm hearing you and making notes, and it's still very confusing because I still can't see what's what on here. I believe what you're telling us, but I'd like to see it in front of me because there's a bunch of extra stuff on here that didn't happen and things are duplicated, and it's still very a messy thing to look at. And for our next time we look at this, when we will be voting to approve it, I just want to know what I'm voting to approve. So if we could see that cleaned up, that would be very helpful. And by the way, thank you for coming tonight. I like having department managers here. It makes a huge difference. Otherwise, we ask questions and no one knows the answer. And last meeting, I was like, where's Isa? He would know the answer to these things. So I'm glad you're here. The other thing, Isa, and while I'm talking, and then because I'm not there and it's awkward for me to talk, so I'm just going to try to say everything at one time. We, at the last meeting, the arts board attended and the former chair, Nicole Payne, was there, and she has left the board and she wants the Jazz Festival to become a village event rather than a board event. And she can't exactly like take it with her. But she was speaking on your behalf, almost saying that you want to do this. I would like to hear you talk to us about the Jazz Festival, because if it's going to be a village, as of right now, it's no longer in the Arts and Culture Board budget that we have. We did not include that. I would like to hear from you. Do you want it? Do you think it's something the village should get behind? And if it is going to be your item, are you prepared to take this on behalf of the village? And will you need help from boards or other people outside? Where do you stand on that? I want to hear the department manager say, yes, he wants this, and how much it's going to cost.
So I definitely am up to continue it. I think it has been a great addition to our special events. It's been super well attended. I've heard nothing but rave reviews. I've worked very well with the boards in helping them put on these events. Obviously, I was not vital in the orchestration of this event. That was an Arts and Culture Board. They get all the credit. I assist where they ask. My staff, we're always there to provide all the assistance we can. So I don't want to lose the event, obviously. I think it, again, is a great addition to our special events. Nicole, I know, as kind of spearheaded that event. So obviously I would love to still be able to get her insight and work with her if we're going to continue it and the Arts and Culture Board doesn't think that they can man it themselves. I don't know if that's the issue there, or if we just want to put it into Parks and Rec and I can work with that board to assist as well. And I mean, Nicole is still a resident and still has great insight in regards to the music and the artist. That is what she does as a career. So I'm fine with taking it on. I don't want to see it go. I think it's been a great addition, a nice mix to the other signature events that we already have. I think we can continue to grow it. So I'm fine with taking the lead on it, if that's what means keeping it.
Okay, so when you say take the lead on it, as of right now, the Arts and Culture Board is not asking to be involved in it anymore at all. So when you say take the lead on it, you mean you're going to own it. It's going to be in your budget, and it'll be your staff's responsibility and your responsibility. So you're ready to do that.
It definitely would have some research when that board is in the new year. So I think we'll have time to put it together. Yeah. Definitely will lean on her to assist this first year so we can keep the ball rolling. I don't want it to lose any of its luster.
Okay.
And then I know I will actually though take that shoulder that blame if it falls short from years
Yeah,
past. Though.
exactly. That's why I want to hear from you that you not only are willing to do it, but you enthusiastically take it on. And and one of you guys, please correct me. I think Ryan, you were taking notes last time while Jonathan was out. We decreased that line item to $12,000. So I think what we've approved at the last conversation was putting it in your department as your responsibility with a budget of $12,000. If we decide to keep that there tonight, I'm hoping that at the first hearing, when we again would be voting on this, you would be able to come to us and say, yes, that number works. You've had time to do your research and figure it out, because those were Nicole's numbers, and now it's your responsibility. So I would like to hear you say you can do it and want to do it, which you just did, and that the budget is appropriate.
Okay, I can do that.
Did I get that number correct? You guys that were there last time?
From my
I think it was
notes,
just
yes.
Vero and Ryan.
Yes, Mac, from my notes, 12 was what we adjusted it to.
Okay.
What was the line item for that? It was adjusted to 12?
49,409, the Jazz Festival.
Well, it's also under 49,413 under, yeah, exactly. So this whole thing needs to get cleaned up, because this is a very confusing page. So for the next time when I vote on it, I'd like it to be less confusing, please. And thank you, Isa, for offering to accept the role of that event.
Isa, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So for me, I think I had the same situation in terms of reading the document that we currently have. It's very messy how things are spread around. My biggest concern always comes from what we sort of adopted versus what we'd spend. And so looking at the way it's been presented, and it was presented for us, the Spring Fest, so far, it's overspent by $10,000, where the proposed budget or the adopted was $2,500. So again, to point number one of reorganizing this sheet, the proposed monies need to match what the expectation is. I think at this point, you're very clear in terms of what these events take in terms of budget, staff hours, help needed, and including donations, which I didn't know were already considered as part of your spend. I don't even know if they should be here, to be honest with you. That's a question.
No, they're not, but sorry, just to clarify, they're not considered part of the spend. So the donations cover the overage. I'm trying to give you a good example.
So when you say cover the overage, so that's a question that stands, because right now I see it. So what I'm reading, so you understand, is on the line on the page 14 of the Parks and Recs budget, where you have the breakdown of events. I'm going to go for the example of 49,401 Halloween, where you have 5,582, and your adopted budget was $3,000.
Correct.
So for me, I want to make sure that when we clean up this sheet, what's proposed for 2025 is as close as to where you're going to spend, but it can never be over. It should never be over. And this is how I see it. As a budget, it's just put in there and approved for a certain amount of money to be spent. So if you do think that you might go around the 6,000 next year, I would put 6,000. Otherwise, this is sort of the conversation that went on. We're moving $500 from here, 2,000 there. We're really being that sort of minute, right? We're going to the little specifics of every budget just to see how we move money around. So it is important to know if you do have 6,000 and you're going to need 6,000, not to have proposed 3. So that's, from my perspective, I think what I was confused, besides what's being presented and how it's being presented, is sort of what's your, based on your experience, what is the need? How much money is it that it's needed? And there was a lot of conversations that we ended up with a placeholder raising the amounts that's being proposed just because the actuals are higher. So this is the opportunity to go back and look into that and agree or not, or change whatever number it should be. But as I see it, this is the job that we're doing. I mean, this is the reason of this workshop, is that we should not go over any of these budgets unless there is like a clear explanation as to why, especially for, for an item like 49,404, Spring Fest of $10,000 over,
Right.
proposed was 2,500. That's a red flag. And then when
So-
we go into the details, the credit card, I think that's where we got a little confused as to how is this being also recorded.
Okay,
So
no,
those-
I'll work with finance to get this cleaned up, just to make sure we get things put in the
Yeah.
in the right areas. There are a couple things there, and then I need to work with Paul as well to, so again, for the example of Halloween, it's actually it was 42,1438 spent on that event. There's 3,000 budgeted, but I knew I had $1,000 donation, which the donations just go into general fund at the end of the day. But it is recorded as a donation towards that event. So at the end of the day, that event, yes, it spent 4214, but $1,000 of that is covered. So technically I was over $214 in that event. So
Oh.
I can tighten up those things there. What's just not shown is the donations that we have towards those events, that the companies are donating money to go towards
Yeah.
that event. So then I have to spend that money obviously towards that event. But because the donation money just goes into general fund, I have to kind of figure out how we can show that so the overages don't look as bad, and it gets, you see
Exactly.
that offset.
I think that's the point, is just to see how you track that money too, because, and again, this is part of your estimation, estimates that you presented, but if you think you're gonna spend 5 and you get it, you have 1,000 extra on donations every year, then right there, you can just put the 6, right? Or because donations don't get recorded here, you just reflect the 5. However you normally do it, that's for you and the manager and Paul to sort of track down. But as a way for us to approve it, at least for me, it is a red flag when I see approve a certain amount and then triple in terms of spend. Otherwise, obviously, the fits.
Definitely, of course. No, I
that
think the
was-
problem with adding in the donations is they're not guaranteed. So I guess I'll find a way to just make sure those funds are spent directly, and then it doesn't show in the budget as an overture. That's something I have to work with Paul to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, or if you know that including donations you spend 6, then just forecast for 6, and you'll be able to cover whatever you need. If donations come in, then they go into reserve at the end of the year. And then we can decide, I guess, how we spend that. I'm not sure. Again, that's something for you to work with them. But that was my number one point. The other one regarding the Jazz Fest, I think we all agree we love these events happening. There is also, again, this goes to your budget. So there is a process as to procurement to follow through, and, not just including in Nicole and contemplating her experience, but something that would require for you to take on sort of more than just liaise with her. So I also wanted to make sure that you're aware that's in your budget, that's kind of for you to make it happen, and that you still agree what was sort of forecasted. We had $12,000 for that.
Absolutely.
It also concerns me a little bit, if I'm being completely honest, leaning on a resident, and I'm not talking about Nicole directly, but any resident to help with something that's such a significant part of your budget and a significant event, because things happen and people move, and people aren't available. People have another kid, lots of things happen. And really, ultimately, that's why I wanted to hear you say you can handle this, Isa, because it is ultimately your responsibility at the end of the day. And if a resident isn't able to help, you're still the one that has to pull it off. So.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, if again, if we decide to put that in the Parks and Rec budget, then I take complete ownership of it, and moving forward, obviously just leaning on just because she's been vital in putting it on the last couple of years.
And it was her event. So I have a question for Paul about this, because I don't recall in previous years, Isa, you mentioning that there was donation revenue associated with specific events. So if I heard that in previous years, I forgot it. So my brain is right now feels like it heard it for the first time. But then there's also revenue, like at Jazz Fest, you will also make money from, correct me if I'm wrong, from food vendors. There are food trucks there. Do you make money from these things? So my question is, how are all these various revenues recognized for these events? Is there a P&L for each event when it's done where we can see everything associated with the event? Because I'm guessing you do make money from some of those vendors, correct?
I can only speak for my events. I can't speak for
Okay.
board events. In the past, from my events, mine would be submitted as revenue, and then line item whether it was have a concession line item for revenue, or a donation line item for revenue. I submit those through my normal revenue submission processes.
Gotcha.
I don't
But we
usually
don't see
with
it here. I mean, I know
usually
you don't want to anticipate revenue, especially donations, right? Until you
oh
have
no,
them.
exactly, and that's the other thing. I don't want to put
Yeah,
next
But
year
then
they
we're-
could
but-
say, hey, we don't have it next year, and then
Right.
we've budgeted for that, and then that's why I said I need to work with Paul to see how we can kind of streamline that. But
yeah, I would
in
just like to
general,
see that then for the following year, like you're telling us that now some of these events had donations, but we're not seeing that in the history, back to Vero's point. So looking ahead to next year, it would be great to see all of that in there. While you can't budget for it, you can report back what did happen. And when we see that happening year after year after year, at least we know in our minds it's likely to happen. This is
Right.
what made it all work. And then Vero's not seeing numbers that are so out of whack. And we're reminded, yeah, but there was revenue in the amount of $2,200 from donations that helped offset that. Because it does look wacky when you look at some of these things. It's like, oh my God, we're just kind of eating it on these things. I know there's
Right,
some mistakes
absolutely.
on here that are going to get corrected. So not to speak for you, Vera, but I think that's some of what we're seeing on here that makes it difficult. We spend so much time on this one single page every year,
Yeah, so absolutely, and I think clarifying that helps. And then the other question I have for Paul is, so donations, if someone comes and says, I want to donate money to the rec center for the Halloween event, does it have to be spent for the Halloween event?
It have to be spent.
The reason I'm asking is because in my perspective, if you think Halloween is going to take $5,000 and you get a donation of 2, I would expect your forecast to be 3. And I know it puts a lot of pressure onto what we would expect for donations, 2,000, right? Because that may not happen, but that's part of knowing that we count with that budget for other things as well. Not necessarily, or maybe Halloween, instead of being $6,000. I mean, this year was big. It was one of the points I brought up on the last workshop. It was maybe too big. Maybe we keep it smaller, simpler, because that's the money we allocate for the event. And if you have 2,000 extra, 1,000, we can support another board. We can, there's boards here requesting more money that we can move around. So I'm wondering how is it, are we able to donations kind of put it in a general fund that we're able to use for other things or no?
Paul,
Actually,
I could
Mr.
probably-
Attorney,
Yes, so I can probably answer that question. So, Commissioner, if you recall, you all adopted a policy for donations a little while back. So there are 2 types of donations. Donors are able to make a donation for a specific purpose. In a circumstance where somebody donates X number of dollars specifically for the Jazz Festival or going to a park restoration or whatever it might be. And if you accept those donations, they're conditional, and donors can certainly do that. You would have to use those donations for the specific purpose for which they were donated. There are also general donations where a person or an entity may donate a certain amount of dollars to the village for the village to use at its own discretion. Those are the types of donations, those general donations, where you would be able to just do what you're talking about. And if
Got
there's a
it.
project that the commission wants to move forward with, if somebody donated $5,000 as a general donation, then you would be able to use those as the commission sees fit. But there are those 2 types of donations, and your policy that you adopted recognizes those donations.
Where in the budget do these donations fit normally?
We
Where
Go
do-
into a revenue, just like off-duty police officer.
So in the
revenue.
rec,
Yeah, it's in the revenue lines, probably under specifically or a miscellaneous.
Okay.
I want to remind everybody that we actually did, we were given direction to divide the events into two sheets, one sheet with the art board listings, their costs as the village would pay, and then any staff time would be in that worksheet. And then the second worksheet would be village only. And we can, what's really missing is what I call a department schedule, which is a little accounting sheet that has all these projects on them, or events, I meant to say. Look, the actual costs in line, in real detail line items with a revenue against them, with a final number at the end, and then that's the number we use in our budgeting meetings. Really, you don't get into this type of detail in a budget
Yeah.
workshop. That should be in your hands, and that's what's missing.
Yeah, and I think we touched base on that as well, Isa, in terms of putting a calendar of all these events. They're being distributed budgets, making sure that they don't step into each other's toes. And so sort of when we do the tracking over the year on events, you know, if there's any available money to move around, it would be clear from where it's coming. I think those were so are you clear on what's being asked as a total amount? I don't know if we have a total, you have a total poll for this sheet for 48, the special events? Proposed FY 2025, or Ryan, maybe you have it?
Don't have a total.
I don't have a total, I have like
Said one.
also itemized.
Yeah, I have it itemized as well. So when we bring back the final
Yeah.
draft of the budget after tonight's workshop, all of these changes will be reflected in the new version.
Can I ask some, just
That's what you want.
some really quick questions, for clarity purposes? Sorry I'm late to the party, guys, but, what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is just really confusing me. So I heard tonight that Issa said that he's spent $4,200 in the Halloween, for the Halloween event. Over here, we have 5582. Is there a reason why there's a difference there?
He's subtracting the donation in his,
So we're reporting the donation?
he is reporting it. We are not. We don't show revenue in an expense line.
So why do we have it here as in this, in the budget? Why do we have 5582?
'Cause that's what was actually spent.
That was actually spent, and then he's deducting the donation.
You're just seeing the
We're just not
expense
seeing it.
that- Exactly. So that was my point, Art, as to better forecast, knowing what you have in terms of revenues as well, in this case, donations.
Got it. Okay, so, okay. And then my other question was, these numbers outside the line here at the bottom, this 500, 5,000, 1,500, 6,000, 250, what is that? What does that represent?
What numbers outside the line are,
On the right-hand side at the bottom of this page.
yeah.
Let me pull it back up.
Yeah, those are the events that were presented by the Arts Board at the prior year's budget process.
So
That's what they were asking for at last year's budget.
Correct.
We're still looking at the ask budget from the last meeting, right? We're not looking at an
Yes.
updated version of this,
It
correct?
has not been updated.
So
Same
Art, I'm
month.
not seeing what you're looking at.
Okay. Okay, so this is money that.
He's looking at the year-to-date line.
This was money that was asked for, correct? It's 500
Spent, sorry.
in years past?
Right. So there's really a little bit of it was rewritten. You know, you can see the 3,000 for Jazz Festival. Those were the budgeted lines. The Earth Hour and Jazz in the Park were not budgeted for, but these were the line items that were spent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
And their actual budget was the 11,800. You see how that is in the line 49413? This is really the breakdown of how some of that was spent, is another way to put it.
It's not clear, Art, I mean, I get where you're coming from. We spent, a good amount of time trying to understand this one. That's why I was saying, if, the next version, hopefully this will all be cleaned out.
Right, we'll divide it into 2 worksheets.
Paul's gonna
and
split it up and,
Yeah.
and Issa's gonna clean it up. And I think the
We'll
next
get the
time around, we
titles.
should look at something really much neater.
Yes.
Okay. If we don't have any other questions about item 48, does that wrap up this budget item, so we can move on to, I guess, code?
That's what I had.
All right. So then why don't we just, why don't we move on then? Why don't we get started with code?
Code. Oh, there it is.
You by any chance?
Is
did
someone
you
talking? I'm not
have that-
hearing anything.
Did you have that budget? You do? While we're pulling up code and getting ready, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you for it.
What's being passed out, Jonathan?
So, this is yeah, if you could, that would be helpful since, Mac's on Zoom with us.
Oh, is that the
It's-
Parks and Parkways?
Yep, that's the one. It's the
Can you ask
proposal for the.
Danielle to email that to me while we're sitting here?
Yep, she just said she would, so she's
Okay.
gonna hop on that.
Thank you.
But I just asked her before, before we got too far into code, if she had it for us, if she could pass it out for us. Okay. So, does everybody have code up? Are we ready?
Mhm.
Okay, so, look, I'll go ahead and I'll just open it to anybody that wants to get us started. There's, obviously a couple things on here that we need to talk about, so, floor's open.
So I think, Chris, if you can guide us to, proposed right now is 362. If I'm reading it right, Paul, there is an increment of 483%. I'm looking at the summary.
About an increase from prior budget,
I think
Okay.
that's a
That's an
typo.
error.
correct?
That's a
There's
That's an
typo.
error?
Yeah, the
It's a
difference
formulation
is,
error. Look at it.
is 30,000,
Okay,
8,600.
all
It's-
right,
It's less than 10%.
Ignore the percentage. Yeah.
got it. So should we do the same thing we did last time? Go page by page then?
Yeah, if anybody wants to just start us on any one particular item, let's just get started.
So in terms of salaries on page, I'm going to go by code name 12, regular salaries. You're proposing an increment of how much? Times
This was the 6%,
6%, same
5% change, yeah.
this one, so it's a 6%. Right? And so the way you're structuring the total amount in terms of budget was 130 adopted, and then proposed 233. That's considered the new structure you have.
Can you just maybe give us a summary, Chris?
Yeah,
please?
I'm confused by this about who we have in this department and why there are so many people here that I'm not sure who they are.
Code compliance supervisor, 70,024. We're proposing 74,192. That's for Supervisor Nibs. Code compliance officer, these lines are jumbled. $60,000. We're requesting 63,608, and that is for Officer Gutierrez. The next line down shouldn't say code compliance officer. It should say code clerk, and that would be for Vanessa at 47,690. And then Thomas, this position was the one that we had created over the course of the last fiscal. She bounces back and forth between code and planning zoning.
Yeah. Okay, and that was the one we talked about in the administration budget.
This one, no, her position was funded with the savings from I remember what you're saying. Yeah, there was that extra position in administration that didn't exist there. Yep, you're
Because
correct.
that's what we talked, you kind of mentioned that on the last budget.
Correct,
That was the move that we did from the administration budget
correct.
to support your proposal on the structure for code. Okay. So overall, I guess what I'm trying to see, because we can't compare apples to apples since we have a new structure, is what is the increase in salaries for each one of these positions? 6%, it's clear for the supervisor, and then for the other three?
Yeah, the actual increase in salaries is 6% across the board.
Where is the code manager in this?
Code manager is services provided, professional services provided by CAP.
But I thought last year we still showed it in here because that has not been, if to my understanding, it's being provided by CAP, but that was not a permanent change that the village had made. It was being provided by CAP because we didn't have someone. Isn't that correct, Chris?
I'm
we-
sidetracked. Can you guys move on for a second? Something was wrong with the laptop battery. I have to
So
fix it.
guys, correct me if while he's doing that, correct me if I'm wrong, but as we exist right now, the code manager is a village employee. We're contracting to fill that position, Doreen, through CAP because we don't have someone, but it should still be in our budget because we've not made that decision, have we, to bring her to outsource that completely?
Yeah.
Is that, am I not remembering this correctly?
No, I think that's correct.
Yeah, we had
So-
that conversation.
So there should be a code manager on here budgeted. I didn't realize Luciano, I probably did realize and forgot that he has a different title now. I thought there would be a code manager. I was expecting Doreen Luciano, Raphael, and an administrative person. So I'm confused what these four are because it's four. Now, if we're saying Doreen's not on here, that's 5. I wasn't expecting 5 people on this budget for salaries.
But so that would be, so this is within the structure that you envisioned for next year. The question is Doreen not being here.
But we
Correct.
haven't made that change yet. So don't we have to budget for what we have, not what we think we might have in the future? But what if we don't? What if we didn't make that change? We don't have it budgeted.
We will not have Doreen next year.
Okay, that's why I was, I kept like looking at you for an answer. All right.
Yep, we're not going to have Doreen next year.
All right, so the.
We're not going to have Doreen or we're not going to have a code manager.
We're going, I don't have an answer to that question. It depends on what the commission decides. Doreen has
Let's-
been snapped up by CAP, so she's not available to us other than through the CAP contract.
So I guess if, so to me, what's important, Chris, is that you have in place a structure that you feel it's strong enough to stand behind the code department together with whatever contractor services we have with CAP. So is this the structure you envision for next year?
Correct. So we're back to the original plan that we had when I came down to the village, which was the CAP person training in-house to be able to take over the entire code enforcement. To do that properly, we need the supervisor, at least one officer, and then one clerk. And then that extra position is additional code support or planning and zoning, depending on the needs at the moment. So going this route with Nibs, well, with Luciano, Vanessa, Raphael, and Denisha, that will give us the ability to continue code enforcement services in the event that we lose the knowledge that Doreen has if she's assigned someplace else.
Well, if Doreen is being, I guess, taken back by CAP, is there a timeline? Do we know when that's happening? Could it happen at any time? How will that work? Do we know?
It could, in theory, happen at any time.
There's no, they don't have to give us notice?
Our agreement with them is to provide that person, whether that's a Doreen or whether that's somebody else, to provide that person for us. We will lose the institutional knowledge that Doreen has from her time here. That's why I'm focused on building up the code department as if we expect her to not be here.
I see.
But if that's the case, then I'm still kind of stuck on why do we not see a code manager on here? Because you're saying, as we exist right now, we think we have a code manager and it's been outsourced to CAP and it was supposed to be a temporary thing. Now you're saying that she is not going to be in that position anymore. And we're left in the position of them covering it with someone else. They would find someone else qualified, that's fine. But we still haven't made the decision to do that. So I'm confused why we're budgeting for something that we've not decided to do, because if Doreen, you say she can leave any day, let's say she leaves tomorrow, then we're left with the structure here and there's no manager in that position. I feel like a budget's being shown to us for this department that does not mirror what our structure is right now. I feel like you're showing us a budget for what you want to have happen at some point in this fiscal year, but it's not as we exist right now. And it's hard for me to keep up because these things are all mislabeled. This is another sloppy page. Sorry to be so blunt, but it is. And we're just finding it out now. So I can't even keep up with who these people are and what they're doing on here.
To that point, should we have here in this section, in section 12, shouldn't we still have that line item because she's in the position now, and to Mac's point, she leaves tomorrow, this can be changed, I guess, before that happens, but let's assume for a second that it's not until October or November. Don't we have to leave the line item in there to reflect her potentially being with us at the beginning of the fiscal?
I'll kick that over to budget to answer, or to finance to answer. I'm not sure how that accounting would work.
How would we plan for that, Paul?
A restructuring, you would amend the budget if necessary. You could, again, the details in this budget are not the obligation, it's the amount of money per department. That's the only obligation. So if you have the 200,000 to solve the problem, it doesn't matter what it's labeled.
But the
manager.
number, Paul, is an aggregate of the smaller numbers above it on the page. So how do we approve 233? Just kind of like, okay, we trust that 233 makes sense. I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
looking
can't
at,
answer.
I'm not looking at a list of numbers above it that come to 233 that are justified in my mind. So I understand what our job here is with the budget, but it's not just a magic number pulled out of our butts at the bottom right-hand corner of every page. It's a total of the numbers above it. And these numbers, I'm not seeing these numbers justify or even align with positions that are supposed to exist right here. So I'm back with what Jonathan just said.
Let's assume for just a second that Doreen is staying with us, just for the sake of this conversation. Would her salary or would what we spend on her be allocated in this section?
I'm trying to remember, we went through this last year where we were in flux as well. So we kept a placeholder of either contracted or salaried should the department evolve in one direction or the other. So I was under the impression that was still happening. So I'm not exactly up to speed personally. And so this reflects an ask. And it's really the same, to me, it's the same, that however you fill the position is.
You're looking at it a different way. You're looking at
Administrative
a number.
discussion. This is a financial discussion, right? And 233 is an increase.
So 80% increase.
Huge increase.
So
And I'm back to where I was a couple of meetings ago where I said, are we getting what we want from this department? I don't know, because some things have changed rather significantly in code over the past year or two, and I'm not seeing anything to justify extra
Right.
people, all the other investments we're going to look at on all the following pages. I don't know. I feel like we're investing in a department that I think feels good, but I don't see anything showing us that the accomplishments are any greater or moving us in a direction that we want to go. I don't know. We're flying blind here. We're just kind of picking numbers out of our head and putting increases down based on people that I'm not even sure what they're doing.
So, well, how about this? A question I'll get to your point in a second, Paul. Just very quickly, the supervisor position that we have here, we have an increase. Is it the intention that if we don't have, let's say Doreen leaves tomorrow, would it be the intention that that supervisor role is taking over for the manager role?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, but the money that's being spent for Doreen now is coming from where? In our, within
31,
our cap budget, where
It's,
is that coming from?
C31, if you go there, Paul was directed me to, it's $117,000 as adopted in 2024.
Correct. And that, the aggregate of the two worksheets from 2024 was, what gave you the options of a couple staff people on site, or excuse me, village staff, and then line 31 gave you $117,000 for professional services, which would be the contracted role. So between those two, it's balanced back. And that's why it's just put all back into in-house.
so
staff. So it's the same
this
thing.
is a crude way of saying it, but we're taking the 117 or whatever from C31 and
Yeah, the-
vacating it from that section and accounting for it here in 12.
Right, and the new money in this whole equation is $8,100 to have the attorney enjoy code enforcement meetings.
Got it.
That again? What number?
C31.
That's a
so
different
it's-
conversation, and it's 31.
Yes, it is. So, but C31, the idea here is that this is the 117,000 was what was being budgeted for
Doreen, in a
the
way.
code director
Yeah.
position, which is now being rolled over because that's being adjusted to zero, is being rolled over for the additional raises and additional staff in 12.
So the
if-
savings of 108, 910, that huge savings there from the 117, that is being rolled over is what you're saying, right?
Well, it's being spent right now in the 12 line because it wasn't really clear, how to code that person, so it's all staying here from an
So-
actual year to date. If you see the year to date's at 148. that's
So
gonna-
we're not going to have that $117,000 cost on professional services any longer, is what
Correct.
you're saying?
That's what this is saying.
And so what
But
is
we're
the-
also not gonna have that level of employee for that, that we were spending that 117,000 on. That was Doreen who's running it all for us. And now it's been parsed out for these other 4 positions, none of which are that management level that we're getting from her.
Got it. So what is the $8,100 for professional services then?
That's to put the attorney at the code enforcement.
That's a
meetings.
separate conversation.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay.
So in essence, what you're doing is just moving Chris out of professional services, the idea of making this 100% a in-house code department with these 4 positions. I'm removing the names because this could be anybody. And within this salary ranges.
Correct.
Yeah, please, Janie.
But right now we have, as we sit here today, we have Doreen, manager, Luciano, supervisor, Raphael, officer, and then administrative support. So it's 3 people that are out on the streets writing code. In this, what we're looking at here, it's only 2 people doing that because the other 2 are both administrative positions solely. So it's really a decrease from, right now we have 3 people driving around writing up code violations, plus an administrative person for 4, and this other person that they share. So it's like 4.5, let's say. But in what we're looking at here, now we've dropped down to only 2 people writing code, 1 person assisting them in the office, and this shared half position. So it's a decrease of 1 full code person. So I'm seeing this as, for the same amount of money, when you blend these 2 things together, we're actually getting less service. Is that correct? Is that a fair way to look at it?
That's a question for
Yeah.
Chris.
Well, is it the intention that that only 2 of these positions are going to be field positions?
No, the intention is to have a total of 3 capable of going out in the field.
Within this group here?
Correct.
Okay,
Which ones would they be? Supervisor, officer, who else?
A yet to be named officer number 2.
But I thought it was supervisor, officer, admin, shared position. I thought were the 4. See, the names on here are wrong, so it's really hard to follow this conversation. Chris, can you go from top to bottom and tell us what those titles should be?
Code compliance supervisor, code compliance officer, administrative assistant. So what I'm hearing is the commission would prefer to keep a contract with CAP for that code manager position. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
I didn't hear that, but I just heard you list off 4 titles that were different than what you said before. I thought it was supervisor, officer, admin assistant, and it was Denisha and I'm sorry, the other young woman's name.
You're asking me for both current and future state. Which would you like?
Well, first I want to understand these 4 people that are on here, these 4 titles, because I just heard you say something that sounded different than what was said to us before. So I want to confirm again, you're telling us that these 4 should be code compliant supervisor, Luciano, officer, Raphael, officer, and who's that officer? Give us a name.
Vanessa.
Gutierrez. So again, let me explain. There's 2 different ways of looking at this. The first is current state. In current state, we have supervisor Luciano, officer Gutierrez, admin Vanessa, admin Denisha. Looking at future state, it would be supervisor Nibs, officer Raphael, officer to be determined, and admin assistant.
Well, that's
We don't know.
Denisha. What happens to Vanessa?
I'm not saying whether that's Denisha or Vanessa. I'm saying that's the second officer position. And then we
Don't know if
we
that
wouldn't
person-
have that administrative assistant.
Okay, we just don't know which of these people, if either of them is going to fill that position. This is just budgeted for the
Correct.
position.
I am not making any personal decisions at this point.
Yeah.
I got you. Very quickly, not to detract from this, but Janie's up here and she wanted to make a comment. So Janie, what's going on?
To say the least, I am completely confused.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be that long ago that we talked about, excuse me, you folks all talked about how the manager position, which is now Doreen, was going to actually come in-house. I cannot even begin to tell you how critical the knowledge that she brings to the table is to the restructuring, to the professionalism of that department. To eliminate that position, the person who has that kind of oversight and background and who has helped other departments to get their structure and their forward movement, to eliminate that in favor of what I'm seeing on that personnel sheet, I think is a phenomenal step backward, and I would strongly urge you to reconsider that.
So Janie, to your point, I think it sounds like it almost, I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. It almost sounds like CAP has kind of made the decision before we were able to bring her in-house fully or to make a decision to keep her.
Right.
So I think we would need to, I don't know that we can make that decision tonight. I don't know if we can say, yes, we want to do that. Look, I don't think you're wrong. I think everybody's very happy with the job that Doreen has done, and happy might be an understatement. But
Because
let me
we
ask
seem to
this.
have switched gears all of a sudden.
Well, let me ask this question. Based on the numbers that we have in this section, would we have, it's 233 budget. Would we have the freedom if the commission, let's say September, whenever we're meeting, if we decide at that meeting, because I know the cap item has been on there for a while, does Doreen fall under the cap item that we had on there for a while?
Doreen is off the table. What happened is Kat brought her in full-time and she now has a non-compete.
Okay.
Then.
Well, no, there's a district court in Texas just changed it.
But I would still not eliminate the position. I would ask CAP to, because CAP has a history of having provided very good code officers for this city. It actually goes back probably close to 20 years ago when they provided 2 code officers for us. Both were excellent. Both went on to very much higher positions, including an assistant manager in North Miami Beach. They were that good. So I would strongly urge you to look into CAP's ability to provide us someone else for that position because it's needed.
I don't disagree with you, but so that my next question, I think, may be able to encompass that decision at a later time. The 233,000 that we have proposed for the next fiscal in this section, would you have the freedom, or would we have the freedom, Paul, feel free to jump into, would we have the freedom to move that money around to make that happen with CAP? To say, CAP, we understand Doreen's off the table, we want somebody else to come in as code manager. Does this amount of money give us the freedom to do that?
sorry. The challenge is this proposed budget actually is the people that are proposed to be assigned. So it's exactly 233. The 4 individuals that we've been naming, this is their projected 2025 costs, the 233,000. So there is no additional money because you're deleting the 117 under professional services.
So we
That being
can't,
said, you could put a bucket of money in here, earmark it for just, commission and village manager discretion, should we reshape the department, which is kind of what we did last year. And he brings it back when you're ready and you do, but it doesn't take a budget amendment because you're not changing the total amount in the department. And
that's a good thing.
That's what you want to do
So does
now,
this kind
rather
of-
than have to go through another hearing.
So then does this kind of in theory kind of let us have the cake and eat it too? We can do it both ways. So if we were, under this hypothetical we've been discussing, if Doreen were up and leave tomorrow, we have budgeted here kind of a contingency plan of people that have knowledge to kind of carry it over to the point where we can get to a discussion to say, we want to have Cap bring somebody back in, because I don't want to foreclose our opportunity to be able to have that discussion. So this is all well and good. Speaking from individually, this is all well and good, but I would like to make sure that we have the freedom to be able to have that discussion without limiting ourselves.
Then I think the solution is that 117.
Well, any amount of money you choose, it would be the allocation the commission votes to allocate to the service of code enforcement. How it's managed and how it's organized, as long as it doesn't exceed that number, doesn't require a second budget amendment.
So before we get to that point, Chris, the people and the roles that we have here, based on your work with this part of the budget, is this what we would need kind of as a bare minimum to survive without a code manager until we get to the point where we can bring it up again and try to bring somebody back in to fill that role, should we so choose?
This is the bare minimum we would need.
Okay, so I guess that's the question that we're really being presented with then, is this 233,000 is what we would be looking at if we lose a code manager and we decide not to bring in another code manager. Now, we can continue, certainly not ending the discussion at that 233,000, but in my opinion, I'd like us to be able to put some money back into the professional services in case we want to go back to Cap, because we've had a good experience.
Well, Chris can move that around within this entire department. He can take money from, if we left this exactly as it is, this 233 and change in object code 12, he can move it over to 31 himself, as long as it stays within the budget. He already has the
Right.
flexibility to do that.
Right, yes,
So we
It's
don't
not
have to
allocated.
also,
right.
I'm sorry, Chris?
So that, what's that?
It's not in the proposed.
Yeah, so the money, I guess, Mac, what we're saying then is, you're right, we can move the money within these departments as Chris would like to do. But that 117, I guess, the 117, because it's going to these 2 additional employees,
Exactly,
As
it's
it-
there in the budget.
It's
as it currently exists,
108.
Yeah.
he would need to eliminate those positions. So if we had those 4 people, then he would have to eliminate those 2 positions in order to reallocate it to bring a code manager.
I don't know what
Yeah,
you mean by.
That would be one way to do it.
We have four positions here. The 117 that we had for Doreen was taken out of C31 and brought in to bring in 2 more people there.
Yeah.
So yes, technically, the money that we had is all in item number 12, including the money for Doreen. But if Doreen were to leave because we don't have her allocated under C31 anymore, and we fill all 4 of these roles in the numbers that are being proposed, then in order to reallocate the money to bring a code manager back in,
We need
these
a
2 new people would need to be eliminated or removed.
Or money moved from somewhere else, or something,
Correct.
something would have to happen to the
Yeah.
tune of 117,000 or and change, whatever it would be. This
Can I
is
make-
all difficult to look at because some of the zeros on here on number 12, which because of the rejiggering we did, so.
Right, yeah, right. So maybe we do it this way. Why don't we come back to 12? Sorry. When we come back to 12, why don't we look at the rest of the code budget to see if we can make some space for that additional, so we're not saying we have to eliminate 2 positions and bring another manager back in. If we, yeah,
It's all locked.
it's all,
Just about. There's a laptop, I think. And
darn.
you found $2,000.
Okay,
Just a quick question. So we're all assuming Doreen's leaving, right? What if Doreen doesn't leave? We leave her? We tell her, you gotta go?
We don't have
Yes.
money for CAP.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
So we're all assuming Doreen is leaving, right? I mean, everybody's just, so what happens if Doreen does not leave or does not leave in the first 3 months, 6 months? What happens then?
We would, the proposed budget is we turn off those code services from CAP. So if we want to keep her around, we need to keep that switch turned on. We need that additional funding for the professional services.
So if she doesn't leave at the beginning of, we would just tell them,
We no longer.
We would just not
services.
call her for her services
Got it.
because we don't have money to pay.
Okay.
Unless we decide to. So for me is your recommendation as the village manager, Chris. You're putting zero money to CAP and you're saying you have staff right now for 2025 that has the expertise to run solo. And you're not asking for more money for CAP.
Yes and no. This was assuming we would lose the knowledge that is Doreen, in which case there wouldn't be a reason to have that position. The knowledge is the key thing. So if I had my way, my request would be, let's maintain our relationship with CAP, because that gives us that manager, and hope and pray they keep giving us Doreen. And then we would have Luciano and Rafael as they are. Vanessa could still train up to that position of code compliance officer. And then we would leave Denisha for the moment as that admin for both departments. So my wish, my hope would be that we could do that. But again, this was built planning we couldn't.
What about this? What if we continue to put that line item in for Doreen for CAP? Let's say she up and goes in, I don't know, October, November. If we decide at that time when, okay, you come to us, you say, okay, Doreen's leaving, it's official, she's out in 30 days. It can come to us at the next commission meeting, we can say, go back to CAP and let's get them to have another code manager come in. Then we continue with that lineup. Or at the time, if we decide, okay, we don't want to go with CAP, we want to in-house it, take the money from C31 that we're going to allocate, we would allocate now, dump it back into C12 and then go retain those people. Could we do it that way?
Yes.
So that way we could maintain the status quo for now and then decide what to do with the money if and when Doreen goes.
Correct.
Would that need a budget?
but it sounds to me like,
We'll do that anyway.
it sounds to me that from what I heard from Chris is that he wants to have both. He wants to have the 4 persons that we already have here, plus the revenue in there for CAP, or did I not?
That
Well,
would
he
be, that
doesn't
would be
because he
my,
doesn't have it in there.
Ideal.
yeah, that'd be the ideal.
Yeah, so you're adding 117,000 to this, what is it, 233,000?
No, what I was recommending is we leave the 117 in C31 that was there last year. Continue to have Doreen work for us. When she makes a decision or when CAP makes a decision to move her, we can then say, CAP, give us another code manager. We want a code manager from CAP because we have a good experience. The line item is still there.
I understand that,
But it would be eliminating these 2 for now. But because the money's still in the budget, if we decide when Doreen leaves, we don't want a code manager anymore, we want to bring these people back. Chris, go ahead and bring them.
Eliminating which 2, Jonathan?
ones that are not.
Either of the 2 that we can afford to do without.
Well, okay, but
You're
This is
basically
all very-
suggesting
this is
we
all
just
very
snap back to
confusing because-
2024, which is what we did in 2024. We kept the 117 in C31.
Pretty much.
We had two employees in.
Because the money is still within the code department, we can move it at a later date if we
The problem with
choose.
that is it seems like.
but
these
there are
are-
people in those
already-
positions.
Yeah, the position's already staffed.
Yeah.
Right now, currently.
So we're going to fire these 2 people?
That's the issue.
And a second ago, look, I'm just getting more confused the more we talk, because we're looking at your ask budget, Chris. This is what you're asking us for. And you're not asking us for any money under professional services for a code manager. So you're not asking us for it. I'm looking at it. You asked for 0. Now you're telling us that what you really want is to have that funded as well. Why isn't it in there? That's my first question. If that's what you really want, why are we not looking at what you really want? And if we do that, it sounds like we're going to get rid of 2 people. And and a minute ago, I thought you said she's gone. Doreen's already gone. Like it's already a done deal. Now you're making it, now I'm hearing that maybe she'll stay for a while or indefinitely, or we don't know. I could have sworn you characterized it as Doreen is no longer going to be working for us.
No, that's not what I heard. What I heard, Mac, is that he said, we're moving forward as if Doreen was no longer going to
He
be
said
with
that
us again.
he said that CAP assigned her to some other job and she's no longer out, like it was already a done deal. And she
That's
signed a
not what I
non-compete.
said.
What did you
So
say?
sorry.
Yeah, what I said was CAP brought Doreen on full-time and she signed a non-compete. CAP can choose to leave her with us. CAP can choose to move her to any of the
Wow.
other municipalities.
But if we retain CAP, they would still have to provide someone
Body.
to lead the code department, right? So whether it's Doreen or, whomever, I mean, it would be Doreen, but yeah, so the only issue that I have, guys, is that, when I opened this up this morning, I was like, we're a tiny village that we want to be so bad, a big bad boy, and we just don't have the capacity to be what we're trying to be. I would love to say that, we're, we have limited funds in this village, and we have to be very careful how we spend those funds. And we're adding layers upon layers upon layers to a tiny village.
Yep.
That, in my opinion, is we're trying to be too big for our britches. So I think we need to make a decision here, whether we decide we want to do the CAP thing, or we take that money away and put it into building the department. But I think we need to make a decision one way or another. That's
Well, because now to Art, to your point, it's not just what we're looking at here. Now it's an extra $117,000, right?
Yes. If
Under professional
if we were to keep
services.
CAP.
That is if we
the four
keep it at
employees, it would be an
100%.
increase of 117 on top of the increase we already have.
Exactly.
I tend to agree with Art that, we either need to make a decision one way or the other to
Yeah.
try to have both sides of the ball here. We're overspending and we're already 400,000 over budget.
So then then the only thing I'm confused on, look, my direction, what's that?
Before I just lose my,
Yeah, sure.
you don't mind, because I'm trying to build this math in my head. Spent so far, according to C12 and C31, we only have 148,000. Planned, we have 247. So there's $100,000 difference.
Because those
Right.
last two positions on the list that you're looking at, Vero, for
Yeah.
proposed 2025, they have 0 for proposed 2024.
Yeah,
That's not a 6% cost of living increase. It went from 0 to those because they didn't exist and now they do.
And then to that point, my question is, how are we paying for the code manager and those positions if they're already staffed? How are we doing both right now?
Our spend right now is 117, no, let me
48.
back up. Professional services here. I'm in a different.
Yeah, there's 0. That's what I'm saying. There is $100,000
Exactly.
still in the budget for 2024 that we have not used.
One of these employees is a transfer from admin to code.
Yeah, let me
They're being paid in admin currently right now.
go back to square one. So we walked in to the budget with 2 positions in code. We had an extra admin position in administration. We moved that to code to beef up the staff. And then partway through the year, we approved an additional person to be that half code, half building. So that's where those 2 positions came from. I think the missing piece here is in professional services, 31. So we adopted 117,000 in fiscal 24, and that is for CAP services. Assuming we didn't have that additional money this year, we did not include that in my asks budget and instead cut that back to just the 4 positions and not the additional services from CAP.
Mhm.
So there's a huge difference between what I hope and what I would love and what the village can reasonably afford. So when you're looking at the budget as a whole, you have to take in multiple pieces of information, multiple budgets, multiple departments. And this was one of those places where I felt it was possible to cut that $117,000 and then just use what we currently have in-house to attempt to get the same service. So that's the answer to your second question, Commissioner.
It's that last part, to attempt to get the same service, and that's where I'm stuck. It's not just numbers on a spreadsheet to me. It's the level of service that we're going to get from it.
Correct.
That's
And
my
if you want to
concern.
say, let's throw another 117 back in here to maintain what we currently have, I'm all for that.
So
So
Jane,
Well, you're-
can I ask
Yeah.
Janie a question real quick? Janie, obviously you work with these folks way more than we do. I would love your opinion on the matter as far as how you feel about well, first of all, the individuals that are currently listed as a supervisor, blah, blah,
I don't
blah.
know if we should go there.
And then maybe talk a little bit about, how you feel about working with an actual manager for that department.
With all due respect and not saying any more than I would be properly entitled to say, staff still needs someone, if God forbid not Doreen, of a Doreen caliber. They need someone that, first of all, part of what I like with her having that broader background, that if she were solely a village employee she may not have, is she's bringing that perspective from multiple agencies to her position here. And she's much more able to structure how things get done. She does an extremely good job of presenting cases, of follow through. There is that professionalism that we are getting from her, that it's still a learning curve with the others. And that is a huge concern to me. And don't get me wrong, I pay taxes here. I'm all into, yes, fiscal conservative, but you can be penny wise and pound foolish. And in this case, yeah, I'm looking at penny wise and pound foolish.
So and I appreciate that, because that's my concern, this is not just about dollars and
No.
cents. This has real ramifications for, not only for the village, but for those of you that serve on the code board, and how that piece is dealt. Because I remember going back some time and how difficult it was for you guys in the code board, getting proper documentation, getting proper.
You
Mhm.
remember, because you
And the
used to
last
come
thing
to
we
our
want,
meetings, yeah.
the last thing we want is to go back to that era where, you guys were struggling for information and not getting, so that is something that's
I-
real and
I mean,
something that
I-
has a value
I
that
can't
we
even.
need to consider.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I
May I ask a
cannot e-
direct question to Janie?
Yeah, of course.
Janie, from the village perspective at your code compliance meetings, who's representing the village and presenting the cases?
Doreen,
There's your answer.
Why don't we do this? Look, when you came up and you spoke the first time, Jenny, I thought I wanted to maintain the ability to keep someone in the code manager position through CAP, because we've had a great
and
experience.
I look at it this way, okay, it's about us on the board, it's about employees, but you know what? It's also about the residents of this community, that they can trust, they may not always like, but they can trust that they have that caliber and individual in that department who will take the time to explain, to work with them. That's a critical component that she brings, that it takes a while to bring others to that level. Everybody brings kind of a different talent to their positions. But with her experience, she brings that, she can kind of bridge all areas, works beautifully with the board, appears to have good relationship with her staff, and she's got a good reputation in the community from what I've seen. So this is just not something, it's not just a numbers game.
So what if we were to do it this way? If we were to take two of these positions, the two of these positions in item number 12, these two of these positions are basically the 117 that we had for the code manager. What if we took those two and turned it into kind of a hybrid line item that basically said code employees and or manager, and then give you the ability to work with the money that you're asking for, the 233, to keep the manager, and in the event that we aren't able to, or something happens, you know, we can go with the additional employees. I don't know where that leaves us with them now being in those staff positions, because we've already moved them over from admin, and we've already been through admin, so I'm not sure how to reconcile that just yet.
Well, I don't know that we
Yeah.
need to do that because, again, Chris has the ability to do that anyway. So, you know, he could come to us and say, guys, I'm going to shift some things around here and I'm going to take this money and move it over here and spend it this way. And, you know, he has that, that's his authority anyway. But again, we're talking about people who are slotted in positions, because as soon as we talk about keeping the money here in one place and not in the other, and thinking we might want to continue spending it elsewhere, that immediately means, well, then we have to eliminate 2 positions, or Chris has to come up with another $117,000 within the code budget to make the code budget balance, or come to us with a budget amendment, which is an ordinance, to move money from another department to come in here and help balance out the code. And I heard Art, and he's absolutely right. We have to live within our means and realize what we are and who we are, and we can't increase this budget by $100,000+. And that's what really ultimately this comes down to. To do this, it's adding $120,000 to this code budget.
But I have a question. And professional services, Paul, on C31, the year-to-date spend is 0. Why is that?
It's all being coded in the 12 worksheet. You'll see that.
So
So
when we,
there's an actual spend of 148,000. You can see that there.
yeah,
That's where it's going.
so we spend.
Code is, CAP is charging against the code enforcement budget. It's just being routed there for some reason.
Because I would want to know, so Doreen worked 100% of the time for us for $117,000? Or is it that we use 30% of her time, and in essence, that's what we would need to allocate for CAP? Do you understand what I'm going with this? You have
What was the
117,
30%?
so you have $117,000 forecasted for CAP in C31. My question is, what's the actual against that specific professional services?
I'd have to pull all that and add it up. I don't know. I mean, I
Does-
have it. It's
How,
just-
how does CAP invoice us for that?
Well,
Is this an amount of hours that it goes? Is it was it considered a full-time employee at this amount of, at this budget?
Right there. It's a flat fee,
Okay.
I believe.
It's a flat fee. She's not full-time.
So she was not full-time.
No, I think, Madam Clerk, I'm just gonna spitball 30 hours a week, if I remember correctly.
All right. So 30 hours a week, we pay $117,000.
We'd have to go through budget to get what the exact spend is so far this year. I don't have that.
Because that would be my question. So just to backtrack. So for me, Chris, I find this messy in the sense of this is your chance to own this department. Tell us what you need, up and down. Even if it's, asking for the stars, this is the way to do it. We went through a year to sort of learn what this process was with CAP and see if we can create our SOPs, use the expertise from Doreen to train the rest of the department. And I trust you to tell me if these are the people, or maybe you have future plans for who those might be, and that's something for you to decide. But you're saying you need 4 people and you don't need additional hours from CAP. I think I would like to know if 30% of a director level is what we need to sort of supervise the structure you have right now would be enough. And if so, does it mean that maybe you need a director and hire for a position that's higher and, restructure what you currently have proposed? Because we can't afford both. The reason why we were paying 117 is because it is a contract to service by a third party.
Mhm.
We would pay half of that, maybe, or maybe not, but not 117 if it was directly. So this is your chance to sort of to organize that. I'm missing the big picture. It's just this, to be able to
Beryl, where are you getting that 30% number? That I'm following you except for that number.
So my question to Chris is what time of Doreen? So how often do we use Doreen? Is Doreen a full-time employee? And the answer was we're using Doreen at about 30% of her capacity, right?
And we're
30 hours,
using her
sorry.
30 hours a
Sorry,
week.
Sorry, 30
Oh,
hours
yeah,
a week.
Yeah, yeah. So,
I know,
okay,
I
so
know,
that's
it's
where that, okay, so it's 30 hours, not
it's
30%.
30 hours.
Okay, but
So-
Paul, to Vero's point about the year-to-date number.
Yeah.
Year-to-date, we spent 148,000, and you're saying that includes a portion of Doreen, the money in item number 31
Exactly.
for cap. But
But we're missing
through,
100.
yeah, through the end of June, that's nine, I'm sorry, that's it's 9 of 12 fiscal months, right? That 148,804 has to be off because if Doreen is $117,000, right? And you add in the supervisor we have now at 70 plus 60 for Raphael, that's current fiscal year. And the other two positions that are zero, looking
Yeah.
at their number for next year, they have to be combined 90 more. We're looking at $337,000. When you divide that by 12 months in a fiscal year and then multiply it times 9 months through the end of June, that should be about $250,000, not 148. So this, I don't think we're looking at accurate numbers there. And this is all me ballparking it, but the only part I ballparked was the current salary for those two admin positions. That year-to-date number seems to be really off to me.
But I thought Ryan said that some of that was being paid out of a different department.
Yeah, but he accounted for that because he called those other two positions.
Yeah,
at
we
zero.
removed it from the other one.
It's the other two positions.
So this is all, I'm having a hard time even trying to figure out how to thread this needle because I don't know I'm not confident in the numbers that I'm seeing. I'm not confident in a lot of the information here. But I am confident that this is not going to provide the same level of service, let alone an elevated level of service.
So that really kind of brings us back to the point of we got to decide what we want to do with this part. And the 233 that's being asked for. I mean, look, a lot of the other increases in this
Passive.
budget are things there's nothing we can do about, right? There's workers' comp, there's health insurance.
Well, then can I make a suggestion here? Why don't we, since this 233 he's asking for here includes the loss of 117 in item 31, the professional services for cap, why don't we leave this here for now? Because I don't think we can make much more of an educated decision about any of this because we aren't looking at accurate numbers here. And there's a lot of variables, and ask for this to be represented to us at our first hearing. We have 2 more cracks at making this right and hope that it's not off by a whole lot.
Yeah, look,
Because I'm not comfortable adding 117, keeping these 4 people. These are 4 human beings that exist and are showing up for work tomorrow morning, right? I'm not comfortable leaving them in here and also adding another $117,000 in another line item that is currently 0 in Chris' ask budget. I can't add $117,000 on here.
No, I think you're right. I think the way to do it is to leave it as it is proposed right now. I mean, maybe worst case scenario, we say we got to work within the 233 that we've approved to manage keeping a code manager on. But yeah, we can't add another 117 or plus or give or take. But I think leaving it as is for at least for the time being, with the understanding that we like this to work with a code manager. Because that's kind of what it sounds like. That's what we're preferring. Leave it like that for now, and then see where the savings are as we go. Because there's really nothing else we can do. I mean, these 4 people they're already employed and they've already been moved over.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I'll
Maybe what? I didn't
remain
hear
an
whatever
eternal
somebody said.
optimist.
I tend to agree with Mac. These numbers don't seem accurate. I mean, I just don't understand how cap is being paid right now. If you just look at professional services, 0.
Yeah, cap is, sorry to interrupt you, sorry, can I?
Of course.
The numbers are accurate. The 148,804 is all of the staffing in code as of the current setup where you have all 4 live bodies plus Doreen in there. I just pulled all of it. I can add it up. It's exactly right. So the number is right, and what you're paying for in that line is cap and 4 people existing.
I don't see how that. math
That's
works,
from
so
the adopted budget.
Well, if we're paying 150 through the end of June for 4 people and cap, how do we lose cap and go to 233,000? We lost 1 employee and we're raising by $100,000.
because there's 2 zeros on there, Ryan,
I understand that.
and
but
they're
In the actual
$100,000.
budget
He's saying through 9 months of the year, we spent 150,000 on 4 employees and cap.
Right.
8 months, right?
And we have 3 months left. We're going to lose cap, but raise the budget by $100,000.
Total projected is 208, right, for the year?
Mhm.
Which includes cap, right? Right? So if you take out 117 from that, that leaves less than $100,000. The 208, right? So the 208, the total projected is 208,024, right?
Yes.
Correct, guys?
Yes.
208,024.
Salaries, right?
So if we're paying cap out of that, we take out 117, what does that leave?
But that's year to date. Cap's 117 for 12 months. That's only 9 months.
No, I'm talking about projected for the year through September
Okay.
30th, 2024, Mac.
Yeah.
You have 208,024, right? So if you take out the 117, that leaves less than $100,000
Mhm.
in salaries.
And these numbers don't add up. That's what I'm saying. It's the numbers, I don't think the year-to-date numbers and then by multiplication, I don't think the projection numbers are right either. We're well
What was
short.
what was the original budgeted amount for code, if you don't mind telling me, Paul?
It's the original budgeted,
Yeah, for 2024.
On the
it's
cover
the
page.
323,000,
323.
That was the original,
correct?
the year?
Yes. And this has a net increase of 38,000, which is essentially a few small items and the salary increases of the existing employees.
Sorry, what I meant to ask was in the salary portion, not the entire budget, for the salary portion of the code.
So that was the only amount in here would have been the 70,000 and the 60,000 in the adopted budget, if you're looking at line 12. At worksheet 12, so that's the 130,000 is what was budgeted for direct salaries.
Okay. So
But Art, I see what you're saying because there's, total projected of 208. If
please
that- if
clarify for
117
me, because I don't know what I'm saying
No,
anymore.
you and I are saying the same thing in 2 different ways. The total projected salaries is $208,000 for 2024. That's what we're going to spend through the end of September. 117 of that is for cap. Well, that only leaves $91,000 that paid for the other 4 employees. We paid them more than that. So something's not adding up here.
The cap estimate isn't anywhere near that number.
Yeah, and that's where
That's
it
what's,
gets
I think that's what's
me. So if you
confusing
add
everyone.
the,
The
what-
2024 budget was 117, but that's not what you're spending.
okay, so we're way
See, we
under.
can't see that.
117. So that would be good to know that accurate number where we're actually paying cap, because then maybe we could fit that within the budget. What I'm looking at here is fiscal 2024, we adopted 130,000 for salaries in code 1, or it's code 12. And we adopted 117 for professional services. That equals 223 or 227, excuse me.
Mhm.
So if we have 227 it's 247 in amongst the two, and we're paying for 4 employees and cap right now, that's more money than we're budgeting next year for 4 employees.
Correct, like 10 grand extra.
So we budgeted more money last year than we're budgeting this year, and we're losing in cap.
That's why I was saying if we had the actual number from CAP, to Paul's point that we're not recording that, maybe we don't need 117,000. Maybe it's.
I just don't believe, I don't understand how we're paying for 4 employees in that line item, because we were supposed to be
Exactly.
moving 1 employee from admin over. So is he currently being paid? Was it a move mid-year? And that's why
That's
That
what the
line item's a
confusion
little lower?
was. It was a mid-year transfer. And so the 2025 looks at as though it's there for a full year. So it's a little apple orange problem.
So I think we have to also move forward. Chris, for me at least, is I would ask this to be cleaned up to reflect what you hope to see in the department. Whether there is 4 employees and a percentage of a director in cap to supervise, maybe it's not $117,000 because these individuals that we have make up for a bigger department of code, and their expertise for this past year has improved. And maybe when we need her is very specific. I don't know that, but I would want to know what do you think it's needed. And then I will use that to decide, because this information is a bit all over the place.
A bit.
Paul, at some point, can we get a ledger?
I have the ledger in front of me. I've been sorting and adding as you guys have been talking, and the cap that's coded into line 12 is not a huge amount of money. It's
Then I'm wondering,
18,000.
there must be a
Oh, of the
missing
148,804
bills.
that we see year to date on there for regular salaries, that includes cap, how much of that is cap?
That's what I've just, it's
18.
about 18 to 20,000. I suspect there's a few labeling variations.
That's what I'm
18
saying.
to
like, if you-
20,000? I'm sorry. Of the 148,804, you're saying, let's just call it round numbers. Of the $149,000, you're saying 20,000 of it is cap?
That's what I can find by sorting.
Okay, well,
And
that can't
so,
be right
yeah.
because we're paying them $117,000 a year
No, I
for
think
9 months.
That's what's budgeted. That's not what you're paying.
Exactly.
There-
That's why I'm saying that right now, we're not being able to see the actual year-to-date spend for C31 makes us
That's
sort
what
of
this.
believe that 117 is what's needed. But the question is, what actually are we using? And maybe
We're
it's
missing
20%
information.
of our time, and it's not add up to 117,000.
Why did we
Okay.
budget $117,000 if we're using so little? If you're saying 20,000 year to date for 9 months, that's only, damn,
Yeah, I think
$20,000
that's gotta be
divided by
more than
9
that.
months. It's got to be more. That's
Yeah,
only
there's some,
2,000.
it looks like there's some
$2,200 a month.
billing. The billing's quite behind, it appears also. I have the months in front of me that have been paid, and there's not enough of them in here, but it's projected as though it's going to be.
Yeah,
Well,
so the question is, so maybe
Projected as if
you
it's
have
gonna
the
be what?
you have the 4 employees. I'm all with you in terms of maybe allocating a bucket that is for employees, and that, at the end of the day, it's for the manager to move around, and have a percentage of cap in terms of supervision. And that percentage you would define based on the experience of this year, and you can introduce that. But right now, we don't have actuals for cap.
No.
We don't have actuals reflecting even on C12 to add up in order to understand if it's needed.
12
And I
is-
want to
I have the
understand this.
math on 12.
It's
all
one
that.
thing to move forward tonight with a number because we've got to get past this. But before we approve a budget, I need to know that it's budgeting a department that makes sense. Because what I don't want to have happen is it doesn't make sense and then we're way over budget for next year and we're scrambling trying to come up with money. We've got to be closer than we are now. It sounds like part of it has not been reasoned out properly, and part of it is also we're not looking at good numbers. We need better numbers for the next conversation we have, but we also need to come into an agreement how this village code department is going to run. Because on paper right now, it's all over the place on these charts. There's nothing, I can't approve this. I'm going to say yes to something here in a minute because we have to move on, but I can't approve this.
Paul, what did you pull up?
Well, again, there's an apple and orange thing. When you move 2 employees into a department,
Yep.
it comes mid-year, so your projections, et cetera. I have it all here. The 148,000 is accurate. It includes all of the cap money spent to date. That doesn't mean it's exactly right because there's months missing, bad billing, things, lagged billing, things like that. So you're on track. But the 117 is not a real number. It's
going to end up
it was a
being what?
plug number basically of an estimate. I vaguely remember how we came up with 117, but
But I'm confused. Let me ask you, Chris, isn't CAP just charge a flat fee for the entire year?
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. We just got some background information. Our information right now is that Doreen is being paid half out of code, half out of building. So that's That's part of the reason this isn't making a whole lot of sense. To answer your question, yes, we have a set for the code portion, we have a set fee that we are charged.
So what is that fee?
That's what I have to get. I don't have that information.
So this 117 that we put in here, how did we come up with that number? Just,
It was my understanding that was the number, but now that we're digging into this a little bit deeper, we need to find out what that actual number is.
Before I get too far ahead of myself, in the building, are we still anticipating the 50-50 split for cap, or because we slashed the entire budget for the code manager through cap, it's out completely?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. So what we're saying is that the cap, 117 for cap, is being paid 50% from code, 50% from building, right?
I have to get that information. I don't know.
All right. I don't wanna ask you to continue to opine on it then. Then it sounds like, Mac, to your point, I mean, we've got to go with a number and we've got to move on, but we're gonna need some more information at our first hearing. We're gonna have to come back to it. I mean, I don't think there's really anything that we can do about it right now. I mean, we're gonna talk in circles all night.
No, we can't.
Not enough information.
No. So we can either,
Jonathan, I just step away for 1 second. Can I
Sure.
ask, I heard Chris say that they realized mid-conversation that Doreen was half building, half code. But Chris, is the entire amount here in the code department under professional services, that 117 is the full number, not half the number, correct?
That's information I can't give you at this point.
yeah, I was curious, kind of similar on the breakdown as well. So, but I think that's part of what we're talking about now, is that we need some more clarity on cap and what we're paying them, to see, one, if that 117 is even accurate, to, what, is it all gonna come from code? Is it gonna come from code and building?
Understood.
Yeah, I
Paul-
don't think,
Paul,
Go ahead,
you said you're seeing a ledger there with bills and there's months missing. To Art's point, because I think Art's making a good point, it's a monthly flat fee, right? So can you see what a monthly bill looks like from CAP?
Yeah, I was trying to answer that, and there's a $7,500 flat fee twice, and there's a $5,000 fee twice. So
Every single month?
no, only 5 payments. I have one that doesn't match any of that. It's like 3,200. So digging into that detail, it's not, it's certainly no consistent pattern to make a formal statement.
Yeah, because if
Sure.
7,500 were Doreen, that's only $90,000 towards the 117. So it could be one or the other. Okay. Well, this is another tangle we've got to untangle before
Yeah.
we have a hearing on this.
all right. I don't know that we have enough to continue with the code budget. I would almost recommend that we just revisit it, and move on to a different department, but because I know there's not a whole lot of
Well,
other.
Well, there
Back to
is
trim.
one other thing, if
What's
you
the other
don't
one?
mind, Jonathan,
Yeah, of
is under
course.
professional services again, then we have
31.
the
Oh, that's
attorney
right.
fees. Yeah, I do
That's
want
right.
to talk about that. So I want to understand, and I don't know if that's a Chris question or a Brad question, but the $8,100, what is that for exactly? Is it for the attorney, our attorney, or someone from their law firm attending every single meeting in person? Is it sort of a fund that we tap into and they bill us by the hour? How exactly what is that number getting us?
That is the proposal from the law firm to sit at both quasi judicial board, or to attend all quasi judicial board meetings, both building and code.
So this one item is for actually then 2 different departments.
No, this one item is for code. 8,100 is for code. We also have the new line item in building for the same type of services.
Okay, and is
So
that
if-
for a set number of hours, or what is that exactly, Brad? What did you guys propose to us? Let's just talk
So-
code, $8,100.
If I may, then Chris you could fill in any blanks, Chris, that I might miss, or if there's a misunderstanding. So as there was a code hearing that we were asked to attend this previous year that you've already talked about earlier tonight. That attending those hearings is not part of our original retainer agreement.
Mhm.
Well, it's incorporated, but it's not part of our annual fee or flat fee. Under the retainer agreement, the village had agreed to pay the firm $225 an hour for attending those types of quasi judicial or the code board hearings or design and review if necessary. We had submitted a proposal to Chris where we would be, the firm would obviously be willing to do that at the rate of $225 an hour. So I'm guessing, and I think Chris can answer better, that's a calculate, the 8,000 that you're seeing, or 8,100 is a calculation of the code meetings times 220, the number of hours of the code meetings for the year times $225 per
Well,
hour.
at 225, that
Correct.
would be 36 hours of your time, and we have 24 meetings a year. I'm sorry, we don't have that. I'm sorry, 36 hours divided by
I think it's
12,
They meet
36.
twice a year, twice a month.
No, they only meet once a month, don't they? Planning board meets twice a month. I'm just talking the
He's saying
8,100 per
yes.
code.
Right, so once a month, I think there was an estimate that it was 3 hours
Yeah.
per meeting at $225 an hour.
Got it. So up to now, we have you attending 0 hours a year, and now we're budgeting, and there was 1 or 2 times this year that you were called in and helped us out. And now we're budgeting for you to be there 36 hours a year. So is this a flat fee, Brad? And does that mean that you will be attending all those meetings the entire duration of all 12 code meetings for the year?
Yeah, I guess the simple answer is yes,
Okay.
at the rate of $225. It's not necessarily a flat.
Or were you planning to bill us were you waiting for a call saying, hey, Brad, we need you at this meeting? And when you come, you start billing us at $225 an hour?
I don't want to speak for Chris on that. I can tell you from the firm's position, it was $225 an hour to attend the code meeting.
Right. I understand that.
So in conversations I had with Chris, again, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, his desire was to have a member of our firm present at every code meeting from start to finish, whether it be remotely or in person. So I haven't done the math, but from what Chris is saying.
Okay. Well, that's how the math works. I mean, but what I'm asking you is, in terms of billing us, are you going to bill us for every meeting at 3 hours? Or are you only going to bill us when you show up? Is this on call and that's what it would cost us? And that's the
I'll-
maximum amount? Or are
I'll
you
I'll jump
planning
in on
for-
this one.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
This $8,100 is assuming an attorney would be attending virtually or in person
Mhm.
every code meeting, so 3 hours per meeting, 12 times a year. This would have a legal presence at every single code meeting.
So are we making a decision as a village that we want legal representation at every code meeting and every planning board meeting moving forward? Is that what this is? Because we're going from nothing, no
Proposal.
one ever at the meetings, and it sounds like we're landing from no one ever attending a meeting to an attorney at 3 meetings a month between the 2 boards. Is that the change we're making?
That's a proposed change.
Okay, so that's not,
The
okay, so,
change is budgeting or allocating the funds to make that happen. Whether or not we do that would be a future decision.
well, I don't want to budget for something that we may decide not to do. That's what, I mean, why budget? It's like saying we're going to budget for a new swing set that we may not buy. And
Well, but-
let's decide if we're going to get a swing set and then we'll budget for it.
Well, but Commissioner Kennedy, to answer your question then, based on what the manager is saying, that would not be a flat fee. If we do not attend a meeting, then we wouldn't be billing for attending the meeting.
No, but what I just heard Chris say, unless I misunderstood, was he wants an attorney at every meeting from beginning to
I
end.
think that's what he was contemplating, but if I heard Chris correctly, he was saying that he's trying to budget for the desire to have representation at every meeting, both planning and design
Right.
and code. However, it seems like that he's still considering whether or not that's going to be.
Right, so back to my point, why are we budgeting for a swing set if we aren't sure we're going to buy it? So I think maybe a decision needs to be made about that. I'd be more comfortable sort of creating a bucket in there and deciding, I just want to know how much of this, is this 8,100 really going to be spent, or is it really not going to be spent? And if it's not going to be that we have an attorney at every single meeting, then I don't think we need to budget $8,100. I don't think we need to go from 0 hours a year to 36 hours a year for this, just for code meetings. I think maybe we budget for 10 and see how it goes, and we put in a much smaller number. I don't think we need to budget for the absolute max that it would be, assuming, as if we're planning to have this plans to have an attorney at every meeting for the duration. And it seems like a giant leap from where we are now. I'd rather either budget for a smaller amount, knowing that it's being spent at the rate of $225 an hour on an as needed basis for very specific things that we need an attorney there for. Or another way to look at this would be, you guys asked us for an increase in your rate, and we already agreed to that. It's the first rate increase you've asked from us in how many years, Brad? 5, 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's since the very beginning, since the day we signed on with you guys, and that was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it was. Is there another way to do this, Brad, to just pay you more and say, and it's to include, to put more in your guarantee, in your actual rate, and say, and it's to include up to this many hours of board meetings as needed. If you don't use them, you got some extra money from us, because we're still underpaying you and have never paid you an increase in all of those years. I think we're underpaying our attorney, and we've never given them a raise anywhere between the beginning and now. So it's just
Okay.
another way to look at it.
Can I ask a quick question? Janie, you have a meeting every week, right?
Every month.
Well, once a month. Okay. And how many hours typically is 5, 6 hours? 4 hours, 3 hours?
Between 2 and 3.
Oh, okay.
Mac, I'm sorry, I just wanted to say something. Mac, I don't think I've ever heard anyone speak in my entire life that I think we're underpaying the attorney. That's just been my professional experience.
Well, I've
was very
said it to
interesting.
them every year. I've said it to them every year. I think we should drop this from $8,100 to $2,500 and let them bill at the rate of $225 an hour and see how the first year goes. Because right now, Brad, how many times in the past year have we called you into a meeting?
Only one.
Next question.
Once. Okay, so once for a couple of hours. So if it was this year, this year we would have budgeted $8,100 to spend less than 1,000. So why are
Just
we
add another-
budgeting $8,100?
Just add another $1,000 to the contingency fee and that's it. Boom.
That's what I'm saying, Art. Just pay them more and say, and you have to come to the meetings on an as needed basis.
So, Chris, you're asking for this, so I want to give you the chance to sort of stand behind that $8,100. Is it truly, I mean, we haven't used it. We've had issues where it's critical that we've had assistance from the attorney, and that could guide us into the wrong steps of a longer conversation and costly conversations. I guess the question is, why 8,100?
Yeah, the larger context on this, the village thankfully has not had any lawsuits brought against us for anything relating to code or planning zoning that I'm aware of. These are both quasi-judicial boards, which means they have a higher risk of something happening that should not happen, or something being said that should not be said, or action being taken or recommended that shouldn't be. So in order to limit our liability and protect us from future potential issues, the best case scenario would be to have an attorney present at every quasi-judicial meeting. So like I said, we thankfully haven't needed it yet. This is putting that protection in place to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a situation where we get into trouble.
So, I think it would be beneficial in certain instances, but it sounds like Brad has only said it's happened once. It may not be a bad idea, but I like both of these recommendations. One, either we say, let's go down to 10 hours, because that's a couple of meetings in case we need it, and that comes out to, $2,250. Or we can have Brad check with Ed, Brad, or whoever you would check with, to say how much could we add to the yearly spend. I'm sorry.
To clarify Art's point, I believe,
Yes, thank you.
or you want to clarify your own point. And I agree with him, is we could just add a little money in the contingency inside code. That way, if if we have to call the attorney, we have money in
I like that.
I got you. I got you.
to line
Well,
item. mean,
for future reference, see, these are the kind of things, when you do that, then next year we'll be looking at the contingency spend and say,
Why
well,
did
what
we
was
do it?
that we spent it on? And we'll all look at each other and go, I don't know. And we'll be trying to figure out what it was, and then we'll waste another 30 minutes in a meeting trying to figure out what it was.
Oh,
If we
just
know
write a
we're gonna
note.
spend money on something, I'd rather see it in here itemized.
Well, to that point, you will, because we do, the firm does submit a monthly bill, so.
I
if-
understand
if-
that, but in our budget, it won't be reflected there. It would be, if it paid out of contingency, we would see it under contingency, and we'd all be looking at a budget and looking at each other going, we don't know what that is. If we're gonna know we're spending money for that, I want to see it there, so we have a record of it by the hour, and we see it year to year to year rolling over in the budget. So we can look imagine in 3 years, guys, because some of us will still be here in 3 years looking at a budget, and we're looking at contingency that's all over the place and no one knows what it is.
So we currently have $1,000 in contingency already, which we have not spent one dime.
No, there's no, I said, that's proposed. Not
I'm
in
saying
20,
for-
there's zero in 2024.
Okay, so for 2024, because we haven't actualized those hours where we use the attorney?
Correct. I don't know where they,
Yeah, so $1,000 is proposed already in the contingency that would cover the 2 additional, so that's all we need to approve. It's already being proposed. Yeah, I
Right,
think I
but
agree with
Vero-
you, Chris, in the sense of ideally, that's why we would want the backup. Legally makes absolute sense on these conversations, but in actuality, being the size that we are and the issues that have been brought up and how it's been handled in the past, I'm comfortable with leaving and approving the contingency at 1,000 for reasons like this.
But I don't want to have it in the contingency, Vero, because if it's in contingency, we're not going to see a year from now, we're going to be looking at the budget for code. We're going to see money spent in contingency, and none of us will know what it is. Why would we not keep it under professional services? So it's coded, when the bills come in, it's coded, and we know exactly what it is because it says attorney services during code meetings, put the $1,000 there.
Yeah.
Or whatever amount. I want to see it
It's an
itemized.
increase no matter what. I'm fine with it. If you want to
Exactly.
put it in professional services, attorney services, $1,000. I would say let's maybe a little bit more because I mean,
Thinking 2250 because that's 10 hours.
yeah, that sounds fine to me. I think.
Kinda-
I mean, again, we're going from
Experience
0
10
to
hours
10
goes
hours.
fast, guys.
was that the?
That's
is
not
that
a
the
comment on your legal work, Brad.
In that sense, so, I'm okay with that. You know, there is already an additional 1,000, I'm saying, what we had before.
Yeah.
So if you want to put it in professional services, I understand Margaret is saying, so we can track it better, which has been a challenge to do.
Sure.
I get it. We can leave it there.
Well, that
1,000 seems
contingency
like
that
it's
Chris
fine.
is asking for, Vero, is for other things within the department that would come up. That's what that contingency is, to grab
Yeah,
all
but
kinds of stuff.
We haven't had that on 2024
I know.
either.
I don't think we need it there at all is what I'm saying. So,
Well, do
but I think it should be more than $1,000. I think you should put in, if you did if you did 3 meetings, 3 3-hour meetings is 9 hours times 225 is 20, just call it $2,000.
That's fine.
$2,000.
2,000, so we'll move the 8,100 line item down to 2,000. And are we removing 1,000 from contingency then?
I think it was that was asked for
Yeah.
for other reasons.
Okay, what, was there a specific reason for that, in mind? Huh?
Contingency.
That's what I'm asking. If there was any specific, intent.
The intent for the contingency is, one recent example we had is a laptop screen that had to be replaced. So we don't have a specific line item for stuff like that. Or as we get the mobile printers, if we need to replace one of those, or things along those lines that they're just not planned for.
Can we split it in half and just contingency, leave the 1,000 then for those reasons and the remaining for the attorney?
So 1,000 in attorney, 1,000 in contingency.
Or 1,500, yeah, just round that up. The first year we'll be doing it, so I think we'll get a better idea again on what actually.
You're changing attorney to
happen.
1,000?
Contingency to keep it as 1,000 that's being requested for events as he described, and then just leaving the professional services to 1,500 or whatever your math was.
So we'd be taking the the 2,000 for the professional service down to 1,500 and then leaving the 1,000 in contingency. So overall, we, instead of, yeah, okay.
Okay.
I think that's
It's
fine.
still a big, it's still a
Was
big gain
that
for us.
1,000 or 1,500?
Oh, well, hold on.
I
the
think
proposal-
$1,000 is enough, guys. I really do, for the attorney.
All right, so 1,000 for the attorney, 1,000 for contingency?
1,000 is fine.
1,000 it is.
That sound?
Close it Quickly.
Okay.
Next.
Jonathan,
So-
before we move-
I have a couple of other code things. So the item code 41, the
Hold on.
laptops, it says one for clerk, one for director for field use. I'm a little confused by that because my understanding, the clerk doesn't go in the field and we don't have a director in the budget. So I'm just confused. Just tell me, with these 2 additional laptops, does that arm everybody with a laptop in the field? Because it feels, how many do we have now, Chris?
Not to delay that any, Mac, but I think Ryan wanted to make a point about what we just moved.
Oh, I'm
or
sorry.
approved.
Well, my point is that we have a board chair here and she kindly requested not to be here till 10 o'clock. We've now crested over 8 and we're heading rapidly towards 9.
Yeah.
I would rather put a pin in code for a few minutes.
Okay.
and Let her finish her presentation.
Okay.
Let's ask her questions and get her out of here so she can go back home to her family because she is
Mac, I gotta,
time.
thanks, Ryan. Mac, I got a note on your last question so we can come back to it too, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you for waiting.
Good call, Ryan. Did you happen to email that out so Commissioner Kennedy has a copy?
I'm opening it right now. Yes, she did. Thank you.
Perfect, okay,
And I forwarded it to Brad, so he has a copy in front of him as well.
excellent, okay, great.
And
You've
it's-
seen how much we fought for $1,000. You
Yeah.
ready?
Yeah. Can I make a statement just as a resident?
Yeah.
That this is really disappointing as coming in to see how there's a lack of clarity of where money is going and how it's being allocated. So this will not be my last budget hearing just as a resident outside of my duties on the parks and parkways, because it's so insightful.
Mhm.
And maybe I'll run because it's so crazy. Because, yeah, it's just disappointing to know that
Yeah.
there's not clarity of where money's going and it's hard to find in the moment. And so that's my statement, personal statement as a resident. But I know that I already spoke briefly on this, and I just want to make a point that this is a rough draft of what we envision long-term. So yeah, fighting for $1,000 and then thinking about $50,000 as an investment into, a median renovation is a lot. But I think that we could see this as a phased approach. And if we had $50,000 just sitting in a bucket, this is what could happen in the next year. But I think the reality is that we need to take baby steps to lead up to something like this and not only get the commission's buy-in, obviously get the money, but the community support and buy-in as well. So I know that there's a lot here, and I do want to preface again, it's a rough draft, something that the board, we have just hit quorum twice in a month, twice in a row. So we're still figuring out our footing, but this is something we're really passionate about and really excited to start thinking about and really building a long-term plan to see something like this happen. The plot of land is right there, and it's a beautiful space. It's right next to the log cabin. People are here all the time for events. We've hosted the mayor here. Obviously, the commission meetings happen. It's a great place for us to be able to draw attention and actually bring people out and use in a way more than just 3 bunches and a couple of plants. So I want to be mindful of time, not just my time, but your time as well. So there's a document in front of you that really outlines the benefits that we see for this space, but I want to make a note that this wasn't something that we just pulled out of the air, that we actually talked to a landscape architect, we talked to a firm, got some rough estimates to be able to start thinking through what this could look like. My understanding is there hasn't been money allocated to parks and parkways. So we're starting from 0, so something to really consider. And really, it's the last page of this document that is the most important for this conversation, which is the money, right? So if we start looking about where that $50,000 gets allocated, there's a lot for us to consider. It's a huge plot of land is the big thing. So if we really want to utilize what that space is, it takes a lot. It's way more than just putting in a couple of benches, some plants to really make it the space that we envision and the space that we can really utilize to build the ecosystem and the habitats that we envision. It's a lot. just the line item of how many plants it would take to fill the space. And I'm not talking about a jungle, but a well-designed space is 2,000 units. And that's a lot of money, whether or not we locally, we're going to source them locally, but it's still a very, big expense. And I actually don't have the updated document in front of me. Let me pull it up. And then there's other things to consider as well. So obviously we would want to create some sort of walking path, which we would want to be either crushed shell or something that is sustainable, something that is a note that we would want to make sure that it's ADA compliant. So maybe it's not crushed shell, maybe it's something else, but we want to make sure it's accessible to all residents, whether or not they have a disability or not. And then really, I got to pull it up or I'm just going to
Do you
make
want
up
the hard
things.
copy, one of the ones you gave us?
Yeah.
I can share my screen if you want me to put it up. Because I have a I have a PDF of it. If you want to let me share my screen, I can do that, Chris, if you.
You just borrowed Ryan's copy. so-
Okay.
I got it. So there are some things, obviously the design fee, which is an estimate. These are all rough estimates that we've been able to gather. The demo and grading, this is something that can be taken on by, internally done by the parks and through the village. So these are costs that could be offset in different ways, as well as like installation. There is a note here that this could be done with community volunteers. I think that's one thing that the committee really wants to see is continued community engagement, being able to bring out families, bring out your kids, help us plant these really beautiful, milkweeds to invite butterflies into our community. So there are ways to offset these costs, but it's still going to be something that we need funds for. Even phase one of just like doing half of the plot, demoing half of it is still going to take thousands of dollars. So I don't really know how to go about what the next steps are for this, but this is what we say.
This is it's really interesting. It's really detailed. I mean, it looks like a beautiful project. One of the things, has the board, I guess, how long have you guys been working on this for? Because you got some rough estimates, right?
Yeah. This came together, I will be totally transparent with you. This came together rather quickly. So this is one person's estimates for us. There's not been a lot of exploratory research of like what other costs could be, but it is going to be expensive whether or not we go with this person or anyone else. And there are things that we could really consider to be able to offset costs, like donations in various other ways, but
So you anticipated my next question was in planning this out and getting the quotes and everything, if there was any consideration or maybe any kind of soft research into like grant funding or.
100%. There's so many grants out there that we can definitely look into. The one thing is though, is that means that the village has to be able to follow up on those grants. So there has to be a commitment if we apply for these grants that whatever the requirements are for impact reporting or whatever that the village is going to do. So yeah, there's hundreds of grants out there that we can apply to. There's also, we talked about, we have a beautiful, very expensive private school that sits right next to us that causes all kinds of problems. Do they want to support us in building a beautiful green space that is close by for their students? Like there are things that we can do and consider. That's why this is a rough draft because there hasn't been a lot of time ahead of this budget hearing, but we needed to get something in front of you guys to say, we're serious about this. We need funds to really start even a phased approach of doing anything this year. There has to be money. I can go out and I can knock on doors and say, hey, I would really love support for the parks and parkways. Can you give me $1,000? But $1,000 is going to build 20 bat houses. It's not going to really renovate any space that's going to be long-term. And I think that's really the key piece of this. We're talking about sustainable practices that are going to be here, not 1 year, not 2 years, not the falling bat house in that tree. It's going to be here for 10, 20, 30 years. And the ecosystem that we're building is really going to be able to sustain itself if we do it right. So that's why there's a big cost, because if we don't do it right, next year and the year after that and the year after that, I'm going to be coming to you and saying, we need 15,000, we need 20,000 because everything is dead. Whereas if we follow a sustainable method, it's going to keep itself alive. It's going to do it itself. And the work that John has to do is going to be minimized over those years. Where if we almost said a bad word. If we don't do it fully correct and follow a sustainable way, it's not going to work. So it really is having that long-term vision, investing in things now so that in 10 years, it just went out of my head. But the plan is in place for us to really be able to see the long-term effects of this. But in all transparency, yes, there is still exploratory research we need to do. There is still comparative pricing that we need to figure out. But without any commitment from the commission and from the village, we're not even going to be able to get to step one.
Good answer.
Okay, are we giving feedback?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
just kind of open.
So first of all, I'm all about our public spaces and our median development, and that's why I'm very excited to have a staffed Parks and Parkways board, so you guys can now get to work on for us. So yes to all of that in theory. In reality, this particular project, I also love the enthusiasm and the idea that you guys are thinking you want to take a big swing at something and make a statement. That having been said, as much as I like all of this in theory, I think we landed at a budget request before some preliminary steps would need to be done. And the things that jump immediately into my head is community buy-in, because people live around a median and have used it in a certain way and have expectations for it. I think that needs to be explored before the village could commit to something like this. Not just from the people who live around that particular median, but sort of in general with the notion of developing things like this in the village. I also think the estimate needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. You are completely honest that you guys put this together quickly, but I would want to see some tighter estimates. And the other thing that comes to mind immediately is maintenance. So there's no such
Yes.
thing as zero maintenance, low maintenance. It all requires maintenance. And as native as you want to be, things die and they do need to be replaced. And some native things are meant to die, you know? And so the ongoing maintenance would need to be really firmed up for whatever something like this would look like at the end. All of that having been said, I think you guys need to work on this some more and come back to us and with a fully fleshed out plan. But first, do some more research, especially with the community, because the last thing we want to do is agree to something pickleball court and have it sort of blow up in people's faces because people weren't brought into the conversation from the very beginning. So I love that you guys are functioning. We have some other things we need you to work on that are already in the budget, entrance signs and some things like that. And I fully support this in theory, but I need to see it fleshed out a little bit better and tighter. This is a big ask for us. Danielle, you just saw how we're slicing and dicing $500 here, $1,000 there. So you see that in our, $4 million+ budget, this is a huge chunk of money for us that can be spent on other things. So I just need this to be something that comes back to us at a different time, not something for this fiscal year that literally starts in 30 days. Because you also wouldn't get this done this year. So we would have an item in our budget of $50,000. And I doubt that if very much of that, if any, would be spent this fiscal year because it couldn't roll out that fast. Because all these things, the attorney's going to tell you, okay, the village has to get estimates for these things. And it's not as easy as, let's, build a stage and put on a show in the barn. It's when it's when it's a government doing it, there are things that we have to jump through, with water features and things. Now there's legal things are going to come into play. I think it's a much bigger conversation than just, oh my God, we love this thing. It looks great. And approving it for $50,000.
And I don't disagree. I would just encourage then, as we continue having these conversations, I'm excited that Mac is now our liaison to the committee, because there hasn't been a lot of transparency in how we should move forward with projects. So I am excited that we'll be able to work more closely with Mac to really be more realistic, be able to plan and be able to present something for the next year. But I would still highly encourage you guys to find a little bit of money, because even reaching out to the neighbors around the median, reaching out to the community, drawing attention that the Parks and Parkways even exists. I didn't even realize that this existed until I saw a Nextdoor post and I was like, sure, why not? So there still would be need for a little bit of money. However you guys figure it out for that community engagement, there's so many ideas that we can do. And then we can honestly come back to this, really nail down all of the estimates, all of the requirements. You're 100% right. This is super robust. It's a huge vision, and it takes a lot of people and a lot of buy-in. And there are government things that we need to think about. There's a lot. We've talked about a lot of things. But I would say, as you continue to think about the budget that's going to go in effect in 30 days, that for us to really be able to make visible impact on certain things, just to allocate a little bit of money then. I don't even know what that looks like, but.
Two kind of very real, I guess, action items, for lack of a better phrase.
Yeah.
Would be, we do have grant writers. And they are able to kind of search for and find potential grants for these types of projects. So kind of going through them and using us to kind of get in touch with
Yeah,
them would
I
be
agree.
helpful. The other point I heard you make about the school. I've been having a lot of conversations with the COO over
Yeah.
there about a community board because they want to be more involved in reaching out to the communities. Basically was for purposes of traffic.
Yeah.
But they're working to put together a community board that I've asked to be involved with for the benefit of, the traffic issues we have on 6, but this is the type of thing that they might be interested in.
Yeah, and it's a
So-
way for them to be able to draw on their students too. I mean, I know there are students at the attended school that are living here in Biscayne Park, so any way that we can support with that, 100%.
It would be-
And
Yeah,
for the grants, that is my background. I work in social impact. I've written many, many grants. So however I can support with that,
you
like,
probably don't even need
put me in,
need the help.
I mean, there are things of being able to understand what the village is willing to commit to because you do have to do reporting at the end of the year. So I don't want to overcommit. But it is definitely something we can consider.
Yeah, those are definitely, I think definitely 2 avenues to start tackling this thing because it's a great project. It's the type of thing I think that the village is, from my perspective, not from anyone else's, but I think it's the type of thing the village is probably interested in.
Yeah.
But those are 2 very real things to kind of help get started with the
Yeah.
project.
That sounds great. And I would
And
just
these are the
encourage
visible
this
kind of
team.
things, Danielle, that residents love, so we work on a lot of things that are not visible and they're like, what are you guys working on? It's like all this boring stuff behind the scenes, but these are the kind of things that are visible and people can see that their money is turning into something that is making the community better, so yes to all of that. Don't
so
want you
then-
to think in any way I'm not enthusiastic about what you guys want to work on.
I'm gonna go cry, but no, I would like to know then, what is the process then? If we wanted to submit something like a 5-year plan of like, this is what we want to see accomplished in 5 years, which would be the full rollout of the renovation of the Butterfly Garden. Understanding it takes a lot of time, a lot of commitment, and maybe the first year is really just community outreach and support and garnering that support and maybe some donations from local, community members or, private schools. What would be that process? What would we need to submit? What would we need, what information beyond just like a proposal or a project plan? What would be expected for something like
Well,
that?
Daniel, how about if I talk to Chris about that and then I can come to your next board meeting and I can discuss that because tonight for budget purposes, we need to stick on the budget track. And it
Sure.
sounds like you want to talk about some other board stuff, which would be great. So I can get some more information from you on exactly how he would want that to come to the village.
Great. Okay.
Cool.
I also would mention, we do have some money allocated. I'm looking at the CIP under Public Works, Chris, for median swales, green spaces. You sort of put in an estimate that it comes to grants already. So there is some money already thought for
Right.
to be spent in FY '25. So to the point of coming back, I think have in mind budgeted in the CIP, we have $30,000. So what that means, it's sort of a part of the conversation we're going to have today, but that could potentially work together with, what you're expecting to see.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just to clarify that was $30,000 was anticipated. It was anticipated that'd also be grant funding. So those aren't dollars that we set aside.
So, but we're saying we would commit to 30. So basically, if there is a match, right?
This does not include any match in the $30,000 that you're looking at on the CIP.
So in the CIP,
can-
we're saying we're going to get 30 with no commitment.
Correct.
Okay, so we would have to look into that. Usually, to your point, there is a commitment
Yeah.
required, but it is in the plans.
That's great.
So for next year. So just like Max, I think is more just filtering down what needs to happen so
Yeah.
that we make that number more realistic to what we have.
Totally.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Vera, if I can touch on that, if you also look at CIP a couple lines down, we have removal of invasive trees, $30,000. I didn't see one tree come down this year. If you
No.
look at Public Works budget, there's also removal of invasive pines, $30,000. I didn't see one tree come down this year. We have a board member or board chair, excuse me, who's shown up, who's expressed interest. And I understand that her estimates aren't fully fledged out. A couple of weeks ago, we had a arts and culture board come here and said, I think this event's going to cost this. I think this event's going to cost that. And we poured tons of money into those events without fully fledged estimates. To tell one board yes and to tell another board no and have them leave is not right to me. I think that
But I
$30,000.
just want to correct. I didn't say no.
No, I understand. I didn't say you didn't, but
Okay.
it seems like that's the consensus we're going here, or come back with more information.
Yeah.
I understand they just met quorum, and if we let them walk out tonight and say, you don't have any money in a line item, you basically said, hey, fiscal 2024 for you is over, and come back to us in fiscal 2025. Because once this budget is fully fledged out, the money is allocated, we're gonna have a lot harder times to come up with funds.
Yeah.
To me, I say we put something in there for them. Yeah, maybe we don't make the full 50. She's showing where there's places to save money by including public works, doing community volunteering. To me, to have one board show up and say, here's all the money you asked for, and have another board show up and say, come back to us next year and ask for more money, that it doesn't sit right with me. When we have $60,000 for invasive pines, when we haven't even got we've asked for time and time again for a list of which trees are a 10, an 8, a 9. I haven't seen one tree come down this year. And we have $30,000 in a whole code that's only spent $6,000 of $100,000.
Mhm.
Well, there's money in there to take down trees.
Yeah, but
Ryan.
we haven't gotten there. I think for me, I agree with you. I'm not saying, that's why I want to be clear. I'm not saying no. The idea, what we're doing today, this is the first time I've heard the Parks and Recs kind of the board come forward with asking money. In the sense with having a proposal, even if it's not fine-tuned, I think it's amazing. And the project itself sounds awesome. The reality is we've done a lot of things with the art board. They've been specific and very, delivered. So we have a very good idea as to what entails. So they're easy to come towards us and say, we need a certain amount for this and this and this. And we understand what that means. This is a very rough draft. And I think to your point, there is money allocated again, and that's what I said. There is 30,000 at least within the idea of improving medians and swales within our CIP, currently sitting as a grant opportunity that we can discuss about. And we haven't touched the CIP yet. So if your point is she has to leave with the budget now, I would not be okay with that unless we go through what's left in the budgets to understand, because we are still over budget. That's why we're going through $500,000, $1,000 discussion. We are $250,000 or $300,000 over budget. And we still haven't finished looking into this.
So we
So-
have
yeah.
what they're asking for, and to Vera's point, we're going to move on and look in other places so we can discuss it again. So I don't think we give anything a hard no now, but we can't give her a yes now either. But Ryan, not to be argumentative in any way, Ryan, the Arts Board came to us and asked us to budget for events that they've been doing for several years. So they weren't pulling numbers out of the air. Those numbers were based on something, and the events have already happened and they're successful. So there is history there. And we do have a list of those trees. I have the list, and if you ask Pamela for it, I'm sure she can get you as well. We know which trees need to come out. I thought some trees were taken out earlier at the very beginning of this current fiscal year that we're in. Maybe they did not, but we know which trees have to come out. We already spent money on an arborist to come in and identify those trees, and that's what we budget money every year. If it's not happening, then that's an administration issue that we need to discuss with Chris. But we do know which trees need to come out. There's a list, and it tells us in which order those trees need to go. And we do have money in for plants, let's call it, elsewhere in the budget, and we can look at that then. So my whole point about this is, again, love the enthusiasm, and this is a first crack at something really big. And I don't think we are in the position to say yes to it, but we can go look at the budget again and see if there's something we could do maybe as a first step. But again, I'm not comfortable funding a project that hasn't been vetted yet. So not only is it just their first attempt at a budget, but it hasn't been vetted. The village hasn't decided we even want this, and I don't think we're in the position tonight at a budget workshop to decide that we do want that. It's not our function here tonight.
And I
So-
think just to close on that point, you mentioned the community impact as well. There are surveys that we can do. I mean, there's all these sort of opportunities to engage with people around us, the community as a whole, but also those most affected as well, that would be interested to see. And I don't know if you were part of a strategic plan when we asked people to kind of sort of step forward. There is a lot of people that want to see more trees, more canopy. So there is a big support already there.
Yes.
But when you look also at the numbers, you'll see there's so many other priorities that also take precedent when it comes to what do we do with the money. So that's what we're just trying to do today.
Is that
Finish that
data
process.
accessible? Is that where?
Yes, you have it on the website under government, and then if you go to capital improvement plan,
Oh, great.
there is an Excel there
Yeah.
with all the information.
No, that's helpful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I understand it was a big ask and we are coming fresh.
I
Like
love it.
there's
though.
a
It's
lot,
Awesome.
but I appreciate the trends, the honesty as well. But I do think there is a huge opportunity for us. And I do think that
Yeah.
it is the first time in a long time that the board
Yeah,
is energetic and excited to actually get things done.
yeah.
And
So.
don't think that we're trying to squash that enthusiasm in any way.
No, no, no,
We're
no,
the,
no.
we're the, and we're the folks that have to mind the budget, so.
I think, Danielle, in the interest of time, I do apologize. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think everybody's very enthusiastic about it. We're excited that you all are. Maybe when we get to CIP, we can have a further discussion about it. But for the time being, we've got a little bit over an hour to go and we've got like 3 more departments.
Yeah, no, this is fine. Thank you for letting me speak and not keeping me here until 10
Thank you
PM.
for sticking
Thanks,
with us for as
Danielle.
long as you did. We
Yeah,
appreciate
no,
it. And thank you
thank
so
you.
much for
Thank you.
stepping up and presenting this. It's really good information.
Oh, this isn't the last you've heard of me, so don't you worry. So
Come
thank
back to
you.
more budget workshops, Danielle. They're fun, aren't they?
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Danielle. We very much appreciate it. So going back, Mac, you were asking questions about code items
Yeah.
C41 on the laptops. You're asking, I think, how many we have right
Yeah,
now.
so how many do we have? Because this is very specific that we need 2, one for the clerk for field use, she doesn't go in the field, and one for the director, and we don't have a director. So I'm confused what these 2 are for and who would, because right now we have 4 people on that list and only 2 of them are field people. So again, this isn't connecting with the staffing request. So can we get some clarity on what this is, please?
Field also includes meetings, so we don't currently have a laptop for the code clerk to attend, to sit at, on the dais with a laptop, and the same thing with the current code director. The other 2, Luciano and Raphael, do have laptops. So these are the only 2 remaining laptops that we need so that our code folks are all mobile.
Okay, so they're not for field use. One's for they're for the meetings. But we don't have a director, so this would be who? Because it says one for director. You're saying Luciano is our supervisor. He has one. Raphael's a officer. He has one.
The code director's office currently has a desktop unit. Whoever's going to be in that position, if somebody's going to be in that position at some point moving forward, is going to need a laptop. With their current arrangement, the person currently sitting in that office needs a laptop.
So using names, Luciano and Raphael have laptops they use in the field, correct?
Correct.
But you're saying that the clerk does not, and she has to have one to go to the meetings.
Correct.
Okay, and then the director, we don't have one, but there's a third person in the field. There is one sitting at that desk, or is that Doreen's personal laptop or cap laptop that she uses?
That's a cap laptop.
And then, so everybody will now have a laptop. So maybe some of the verbiage here isn't correct, but 2 laptops is what you're saying is correct. And thermal printers and supplies. How many are these? Will this give everybody a printer in their vehicle when they're out in the field? Will everyone that have a laptop and a printer in the field?
This will put 1 printer in each of the 3 code vehicles.
And they stay attached to the vehicle, Chris? They don't travel with the person? They're like a fixture in the vehicle itself?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, you said that all, the 3 vehicles will be equipped?
Correct.
But we're going to have 4 people. 3 vehicles,
The
but we're
clerk
going to.
is probably not.
In order for somebody to go out in the field and write a citation, they need to use one of the code vehicles. We will have 1 printer in each of the 3 code vehicles for use.
Okay, that was my question there. I have something about 54 if we're going to keep flying through. Get to 54. What is the International Code Council? I know that we're a member of the Florida, but this is something that it is new. What is it?
International Code Council provides additional back office type support, SOPs, policies, procedures, those sorts of things. It also provides a network of other code professionals from across, well, around the globe, actually, so that they can ask questions, bounce ideas, and so on. It's an additional resource.
Okay. And then on the training section, this is going to lift everybody basically up a level in what they're certified to do now. So the two code officers, Raphael and Luciano, will advance, or advancing them in their profession.
Correct.
Because Raphael's a level 1 now and he'll go to 2, and Luciano's a 2 and will go to 3. Is that what this means?
As I said, yes, correct.
Okay, those are my questions.
Any other questions on the code budget?
Yeah, I got a couple. C41, the AT&T cell phones, should that be replaced by Helium phones?
Yeah, that will note to budget.
And C44, the Ford Lightning, in the status quo budget, you have it as $12,000. In the ask budget, you have it as 0. And I see a same thing of Ford Lightning moving over to Public Works.
Yeah, the Ford Lightning has been moved to Public Works.
Why are we spending, we budgeted 6,000 last year, but we're budgeting 12,000 this year for that Ford Lightning? Is the lease going up?
No, we ended up, the short version, the commission had budgeted $6,000 for an electronic vehicle in the code budget. The Ford Lightning was originally intended for the police department as one of their new vehicles. After the changes in leadership and looking at the capabilities of the vehicle and what we needed over at Public Works, it was decided that was actually best suited for Public Works. Going into that mix, we also lost one of our trucks. So we kind of made the administrative decision to move the Lightning over to Public Works.
And C52, we have fuel accounted for that. I thought fuel all falls under one on police.
It's currently paid under police. We do, for budgeting purposes, we need to account for the department from which it comes.
That's all the questions I had.
Okay, we have any other questions on code before we move on?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go back to the Brian's fuel question, because we budgeted 900, but it came in 0 year to date.
Yeah, it was said before that all fuel gets coded under police's fuel. So that didn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, so, but if it's coded under police, why do we have it here? Why do we have it? Why do we have something here that will have nothing code to it?
For proper accounting, we should have gas coming out of individual departments. We don't have that technological capability right now because of the service that we're using. It's all done through North Miami, so we have to run it all through one account, all through the police department. We are exploring different options for paying for fuel, which will allow us to code the fuel back to the individual department that uses it so that we can have a better understanding of what each individual department's spend should be. Does that answer your question?
Well, it does, but then it leads to another question. But then when we look back at the police budget, we budgeted for a certain amount of fuel based on the previous year to date this year and previous years, and that would have included this. So it still feels like you're putting it here in anticipation of perhaps spending it here, but we already budgeted for it in a dollar amount in the police department. So it feels like we're budgeting for it twice. Spending it in one place now and thinking we might spend it somewhere else, in which case we're over budgeting in one department.
We've also added additional vehicles, which is why we thought it would be fair to keep the current dollar amount at $900. We can run it all under police. That's not a problem.
Well,
If
I
that
was
would-
always told that things should be budgeted out to the department where they're used in. That's why we do that with lots of other things as well. But the fact that nothing's being charged here is, I mean, in previous year, when's the last time anything was charged to the fuel budget in code? Paul, it's not this current fiscal year. Was it the year before or the year before that?
Correct. It was a while ago.
Yeah,
I think
so
2
then
years.
why do we have it here? It's an extra $900 and all these it's $1,000 and all these things add up, you know? It just sort of seems like we're just throwing it in there as a just in case.
As you direct. We can
That's just
move
my
on.
opinion, guys. Anyone agree with me or disagree or not care?
Would this be a duplicate, Chris, of the one in police?
This would be, the short answer is yes, this is accounted for in the police. However, as I'd mentioned, this is also, we now have additional vehicles for Public Works. I'm anticipating having additional vehicles and equipment for Public Works. So without having an annual history of fuel spend, this is our best guess.
Okay. If there's going to be additional spend, then it would make
But the
sense.
additional spend's gonna be in Public Works, not in code, he said. I don't care, guys. It's not that big of a
You-
deal.
you
It's
said
just,
Public
there's
Works.
these little things all over the place are just annoying after a while.
If you meant code, did you mean code?
I'm sorry, I'm already on a different budget. For code, we don't need any fuel spend. Well, this is duplicated in the police department, so we can remove it. Yeah.
okay. So let's just roll it back to police then.
Okay.
Would you be
Good catch,
taking it
Ryan.
out of from C-52 and moving that to police? Or you just
Or just cut it
eliminate
here altogether and know that it's
Just
accounted
eliminate
for
it.
there already.
Just eliminate it here.
Yeah, because it's already accounted for in the police one. Add it to the list, Paul.
Got
it.
My
Okay,
favorite part.
what's that?
That's my favorite thing to do.
Do we have any other questions on code before we head over to, I think, Public Works is next?
That's all for me.
No, okay. Okay, so let's take a look at Public Works. I can find it.
Okay, Manager Jenkins, it's all you. Just go ahead and lay out what you want for the budget.
Couple of big ones in here, I think.
It's yeah, $250,000 extra.
The biggest change, or one of the changes that we requested is number 12, regular salaries. One of the things that Director Penna had recommended was adding an additional person to be a facilities maintenance worker 2 or 3. What we're experiencing right now is increased need for facilities maintenance. As our facilities age, they're requiring more and more attention. And it was also our idea was to split that position to also include vehicle maintenance. Right now, if we need a belt replaced, alternator replaced, some of the minor things, bulbs replaced, headlights replaced, we have to go to Goodyear to spend additional funds to have that done versus having that person here in-house. So completely up to the commission, of course. This is just the recommendation.
Sorry, and that's a facility maintenance worker?
Correct.
What's in just for the benefit of seeing the turnover here from manager to labor, I think you've already laid out the plan, but the idea in the foreseeable future right now is not to bring a separate manager in that
Correct.
role, in the role as we traditionally understand it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Floor is open.
So I guess I'll ask just a couple questions. Chris, whatever happened, weren't we gonna tear down that old garage? Do we have that, is that budgeted for this year or is that something that's?
That's in the current CIP. We've been having some significant challenges. We put out a request for proposal. A couple folks came back, said they needed engineering. We reached out to our engineering partners. They said engineering alone would be $120,000, which is a little bit ridiculous. So my new plan, hatched earlier this month, is to put out a request for proposal for a design build solution, meaning they actually come in and do the required engineering they would do themselves and then give us the proposal for that as well as the build.
And weren't we also going to buy some kind of container? Did that ever happen?
Yep, we brought the 2 containers in. We had to vacate the existing garage, so we brought the 2 containers in, and then
have
everything
them
that
there
was in the
already?
garage is now in the containers.
So we have, are we going, is that something that we're gonna put in the other budget for the actual build and whatnot? for that?
Already in the CIP.
How much is in there?
120,000.
Okay.
120, yeah. That's still my estimate for what that project should cost.
And I recently this month visited Public Works and took a look at the old garage. It's definitely, could it be refurbished? Yes, but after talking to Manager Jenkins for a while, it doesn't suit our needs of our equipment. It's basically a 2-car garage. And with the amount of equipment we house, we're losing money and, you know, very expensive equipment sitting out in the Florida sun, getting
Yeah.
rained on. This $120,000 for this building is very important.
Very, I agree with that. I have a question in terms of, so the salaries, you foresee a change of 7%, but then when it goes to workers' compensation, it's 50, so it's a doubling. Is there a reason for that? I'm looking at the overall summary.
It's the same question I've been asking this entire process, but workers' comp is doubling in every department, tripling in police. And
Right, yeah, we did research that and it is accurate. It's a bill adjustment.
What does it mean? Bill
Like
adjustment?
homeowners insurance every single.
The audit comes through, they give you a new bill and say, thank you very much, this is what it's gonna cost.
Cool.
There was an additional 200,000 in workers' comp. Miami-Dade County apparently didn't bill us back in 2020 and 2021 for a few payments. They were billing the wrong insurer or the wrong recipient. So we just got those bills in, and it's a bill we have to pay.
Storm drain maintenance, Chris, tab 49, where you have $3,500 proposed, but then it says roughly $7,000 every 24 months. Is that an accurate number? It seems very low for the amount of drains that we have in this village. Are they all getting done?
All drains would be done once every 2 years. And that 35 or the 7,000, I should say, is based entirely on what we spent this last round of storm drain cleaning.
And all of them were cleaned?
Correct.
And that was a portion of the drains, right? You have like a schedule that does them sort of certain amount and then you go for the next amount. and
Correct.
that's how you go.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so into code.
so Chris, touching down the storm drain cleaning, we have that ask budget, but in the CITT under code, sorry, I just moved away from it. Your proposed budget, we spent $13,000 on storm drain cleaning in CITT and we're spending 15, we're asking for 15 this year. So we have 15 there and then 3,500 in Public Works.
Yeah, there's 2 different aspects. One is the storm drain cleaning, which is where they come out and they use the power washer to get rid of all the sediment and suck it all up. Storm drain inspection is a little bit different. That's where they actually have to run the cams down the pipeline.
On, go ahead, sorry.
I think this one of these, we can knock off $60,000 real quick. The wood chipper, you're asking 60,000 for. That's also reflected in CIP and it's amortized over, I think, 5 years, starting this year. So we have, wood chipper twice.
You to finance it?
We're gonna finance it. That's what CIP's plan is. Yes.
Sorry, I'm pulling it up just to confirm. Finance 13.5, correct. That's in both places.
For $60,000, we get saved.
All right.
Go.
And it's
That's a
still on there.
I'll take it for the park.
There you go. I have a question on 14. You have overtime. What is that assigned for, Chris?
Overtime is generally the storms, for example, storm response.
Is that 651
It's,
expected to increase before the end of September?
Yeah, we have to
Is there
get
some-
everything
is there-
coded correctly.
Is there some sorry, say that one more time.
We have to get it coded correctly. They're paid. We don't owe them any additional. We just have to make sure it's accounted for properly. We have to do that with actually quite a few expenses from that last storm because that falls under the That could fall under emergency funds, the emergency reserves.
So that number is gonna be closer to the 5,000 forecast that you had.
That's what I anticipate.
That's just based on what you've seen so far. I mean, I remember, I think November, we had a large rain event. I know.
Yep. November, we had one, well, the most recent one, we had one in June, we had
June,
one
right, yeah.
a few months before that in April, I believe.
So then this number is kind of based on what you've seen for costs related to those.
Correct.
Okay.
Caveat is, this is a guess, just FYI.
Well, we've had
Always.
a few just in the last
Yeah.
fiscal that would at least give us an understanding of what that cost would look like. So the
May I
big
toss
one
in a
then-
couple of things?
Yeah.
Okay, so, let me look at my list here. The wood chipper, we did, okay, the tractor and backhoe, that $100,000 spend is, it's, nearly half of the increase of this department is that one item. So some clarification on that. We currently don't have those items. This would be the first time we purchase them, correct?
Yes and no. We currently have what is essentially a garden tractor. It does have a bucket on it. It's not capable of lifting what we need it to lift, and we don't currently have a backhoe.
The tractor, the
Okay.
green one?
Correct.
The Gator, I think.
No, it's
So-
a deer.
John Deere, okay.
So what will, without getting too in the weeds with this, what will it be used for? And will it be used, it's a huge item that then becomes a maintenance thing ongoing. What will this be used for? And is there is there a need for this on a regular basis all the time? Or is this something that you could lease as needed for projects?
This is a piece of equipment that's currently needed. There have been a couple instances over the past year where we've needed a backhoe to dig, I think, sign footings. The irrigation system, we've needed that. This also, our current tractor is not capable of moving any of the large limbs that fall down during storms. The backhoe portion of this would have the ability to lift some of those and move them off, as would the bucket itself. We don't need to do the full $100,000 upfront. We can look at a leasing option. Just rough guess would be 2,000 a month-ish, so 24,000 a year, just a rough guess.
So this 100,000 is a purchase then, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, but we have a leasing option that we could do for about a quarter of that amount per
That's
year,
just
obviously.
that is a guess. That's not something that I can commit to, but yes.
I
Guys,
would
this
advise
seems
a
li-
drop
Go
this
ahead, Thomas.
to a lease plan and put 25,000 in there for both vehicles.
Well, I think if once we're moving it to a lease, I think that this is a large purchase, I think the conversation of moving this to CIP and tracking this over years, I see the need for it. Visiting Public Works, currently their SOP for moving mulch or anything like that around the village is they have to go to Home Depot, buy bags, load them in a truck, drive them over. Versus there's cost savings there where we can order in things by the yard, sand,
Mhm.
mulch, dirt, moving large limbs. If there's a hurricane and you guys were here, lived during Irma, road clearing, they just don't have the ability to do it right now. We'd have to hire in a company and it takes days for them to get out here. Versus with a backhoe, they can move those larger tree limbs. They can get them out of the road, opening up the thoroughfares for emergency services to get through. There's a need for this. I think it can be amortized and I think we can move it into CIP. I think there's also some cost savings. Chris, I shared with you some other manufacturers who could get us a little cheaper than 100,000, which would help save some money there. But there's definitely, I see the need for it. If we're going to start funding or treating our public works department like a full-fledged public works, we need to give them the equipment they need, and we need to stop, asking them to lease it and the delivery fees back and forth. They don't have a trailer to go pick it up, so they're going to have to, ask the company to come deliver it. That, to me, it's too much of an ask. We need to give the guys what they actually need.
Why
But
don't
Well, but they
if-
would
we
have
have
what they
to-
actually need.
why don't we-
If we lease it, they have it. It's the same thing. We have it in-house. It's just we're not owning it. We're leasing it.
Yeah, but why do
So-
we have to pay it all in 1 year? Why can't we just do like what normal people do in this country and just buy it and pay it over 5 years or 10 years or whatever?
Or
Yeah,
lease
so
it.
that's what we were
That's
just
what I'm saying.
discussing, and it'd be roughly 2,000-ish a month.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
then
so do it for 24 grand a
No,
year
that's
instead
a
of
no-brainer.
$100,000
Yeah.
a year.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's all I'm suggesting is, here's a way to cut from 100,000 to 25,000. That's 75,000, boom, just like that. We need to take some big swings at stuff, guys. But to your point, Ryan, they'll have what they need. But we just won't pay $100,000 for it this year.
But it's lease to buy, so you're saying and essentially,
They were leased to own over a
Yeah.
few years.
so that the impact will be seen across
Yeah.
the 5 years, not
Yeah.
now. Okay.
So if
But
we-
that, then why was it contemplated as a purchase item just for FY '25? Chris, versus maybe just splitting it out and the cost?
Just a preference. There's no,
Okay.
we can go either way.
All right, so we're good to consider that dropping it to, what would be the appropriate amount for fiscal '25?
Well, you're
Cut
gonna
it down to
move,
24.
if you're gonna move the wood chipper into the CIP, is the same rationale to move the backhoe also? But it's a little blurry because they're really specific
Not
to
really.
public works. So
I
they-
think they should stay in Public Works. I'm just saying, just suggesting
it's
changing
not
this one
really
to
a capital improvement plan. It's more of a,
Yeah.
an equipment purchase. So I think they
Yeah.
both stay here.
Yes.
Well, then
or
we would,
potentially,
we would have a cost savings of $60,000 on CIP because it's,
that's where the
wood
savings.
chipper is currently on CIP right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's duplicated. We fixed that, but the point, they both belong here, but I don't know that a wood chipper wouldn't be leased also. They don't have to be purchased up front.
Yeah.
Just makes sense to spread it
I
out.
think we need to look at both of these as leases just to get this number down in this budget. We've got to get this year. We've got to worry about this year as well. So yes, we need them, but we don't need them as a purchase the way we see them here. And Ryan, good catch on catching the duplicate. So I think we need to change the tractor and backhoe to 24 grand. And the chipper, if we have the same option with that, Chris, do you have any idea what a chipper would be per month to lease?
Hold on, like, where are you coming
See,
with the 24,000?
That's the-
Chris said $2,000 a month was his guess
Okay,
on
so you have an
leasing.
estimate.
It's an estimate, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
CIP is, saying the wood chipper would be 13.5 a year.
Yeah, that's,
Okay, so, but to the point that you made, Chris, about it's an estimate, do we, I mean, are we comfortable at 24 and if we find out, guess what, it's 27? I mean, do we want to stay at 20? Doesn't matter. to
Well,
me
we
either way.
have an opportunity between now and the first hearing, Jonathan, for Chris to get some clarity on that.
Okay,
So we could cut.
I'm not gonna be able to get clarity on that in the next week. Major purchase has to go out for bid.
we got this next week.
You can't even get just a number without obligating us to it?
No, I have to put this out for bid and I have no idea what those bids are gonna come in at. A prime example is the tractor and backhoe. The 4 bids we received for that were right around $99,000, but retail on it is a lot higher, so I can't even guess at this point.
So what's a fair number should we in here?
I think if we keep it at the 2,000 or the 24 a year for the tractor backhoe and the 13.5 a year for the commercial grade wood chipper, that should get us in the neighborhood.
There you go.
Okay.
So I propose we make those 2 changes. And
13,
then,
sorry, Mac, on commercial grade,
Agreed.
you say 13?
3.
chipper down.
13.5.
drop Chipper from 60 to 13.5. Remove it from CIP
47,500
altogether.
savings. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay, now back to the staff, this additional staff person, Chris. Explain that again, please, because we don't have the manager on here. That went down to 0. We have the 3 staff members already and this facility maintenance worker. Explain, that would be a new hire, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so explain to us why the need for that, because the manager wasn't doing any of the laborer stuff in the field, was he?
Yes, he was.
It was, okay, I never saw, I've never seen any of our managers out working like that in the field. I didn't realize they did that. I was thinking they did more office kind of work and management of the staff. So is this a full-time employee?
Yes.
Okay, so it's reflected then in all the FRS and FICA and all the other places as well, and that has already been reflected in those other numbers, Paul?
Stand by.
Say that again?
Just let me look.
Are you looking at page 12, Mac?
item.
I'm
12.
looking at object code 12. I don't look at page numbers, Vero. I'm looking at
Yeah.
page 2. Yeah,
That's what I
like-
meant,
Yeah,
sorry. So
object
we're-
code 12, yeah.
We're in code 12.
You're working
Yeah.
off the PDF, right, Mac?
I am, of the
Okay.
asks. Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah.
object code 12, regular salaries, the manager is there at 0 because we don't have a manager anymore. We have 3, what they're called laborers on here, went from 128 to 169. Does that reflect, Chris, an increase for John for his new responsibilities?
The 169 reflects the increases for the 3, plus the additional for the new manager.
Plus, okay, so it's the cost of living for all 3 and his increase for his new responsibilities. So then back to this 46,000, $47,000 person. How does that person's individual, that salary of $47,000, how does that compare to the other 2 laborers in that department that are not John? Because he gets paid a higher rate.
That is in line with we have to change things up in Public Works a little bit. We're creating facility/maintenance worker 1, 2, and 3. So the 46,808 is in line with worker 2 or 3.
And what are the other 2 people that are in the line above it now shown as laborers? Are they 2 or 3?
We have 1 as a 1,
Mhm.
and then Astro, I believe, is a 2, and we have 1, 3. So we have 1 of each.
So you have a 1, a 2, and a 3, and you're gonna add either a 2 or 3, and those pay, that amount that we see there is the amount that you would pay someone at 2 or 3.
Correct.
Okay. So you're telling us you really need another full-time employee there?
We do need another full-time employee. As I mentioned, our facilities, our actual physical infrastructure, or our buildings rather, are aging, and we're using more and more labor to keep them up and running as things start falling apart. And in addition, as I mentioned, I want to bring the routine vehicle maintenance duties back in-house, because we can do them far less expensive with an internal person, and much more responsively than we can by continually running these things over to a repair shop.
And you'll have the person to do that. I mean, bringing it in-house is one thing, having a person that has those skills is an entirely different thing. So
Anyone who's
that- and-
classified as a maintenance worker 2 or 3 will be able to change oil, change headlight bulbs, change belts, replace the alternator, possibly do brakes. It just depends.
Okay. I'm not 100% sold on that, guys. Anyone else have an opinion?
We have an
And
understanding.
Paul,
of-
did you confirm, I'm sorry, Paul, did you confirm that those other fees have all been adjusted accordingly?
They have not. The facility
have
maintenance
not.
worker is a salary only. So we'd probably have to put a 30% on top of that. So
So
another
we-
12,000. So it's really 58,
Okay, so it's
46,
not,
58.
okay,
should be
so it's
58
not-
even.
That's
See,
including
he's a-
all, like, benefits.
Yep.
Okay.
okay, so this number just went from 47 to what, Paul?
58.
47 to 58. So we just ate it to the tune of another $11,000.
What
Am I
I-
the
I'm
only one that
using
gets
12
frustrated by,
I'm
am I
using
the only one that
12,000.
gets frustrated by these things? And I mean, this is the kind of stuff that's supposed to be done for us. So we're not here asking a million questions and unearthing a million problems and trying to fix things on the fly. This is a very frustrating process to go through. And you just heard a resident stand up and go, oh my God, this is a mess. I don't trust the numbers that are here, and I don't know what's not shown to me. It's kind of like I'm getting it from both directions. Is that true? And what's not on here? This is not how budget hearing workshops are supposed to go. We're to be presented a budget that's already been, someone's gone through and cleaned it up and tightened it up and made it right for us to look at. Now, for me to sit here and say, oh, and by the way, were these other things accounted for, and then be told no, when we're trying to cut hundreds of thousands of dollars out of a budget and there's another 11 we're adding on to it. Guys, why am I the only person that voices this? Do you guys not see this? Or do you just not care? This is ridiculous. We're doing an extra budget workshop because we spent hours doing this kind of stuff.
Can we continue?
Yeah, we have a lot to continue because I'm sure we're going to find 10 more things like that. So what are we going to do about that, guys? This extra worker that's budgeted for 47 is not 47, it's 58. So what did we say about that?
We have any understanding or estimate or summary of repair, of repairs or cost savings that this person would offset?
We looked at it being somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 in funds that we wouldn't have to spend at Goodyear, for example.
We're trading the maintenance of 46,000 for this salaried individual.
And for this salary, who would also do the facility maintenance.
We know what the facility maintenance cost estimate would look like. I'm just trying to get like a one-to-one as close as we can.
Manager Jenkins, do you know roughly what percentage of Mr. Castro's time is spent on building maintenance?
Mackey's saying anywhere between 30 to 40% of the time that he's working.
So it's 30 to 40% of the time that we don't have him in the field.
Building maintenance, correct. Okay. How can we quantify that? Can we?
I don't know that I can quantify that in a justification format for this position. Because we're already spending that money on somebody to do the labor here. The benefit of having a person in this position would be freeing that person up to do more work outside. So we're talking about the mowing and cleaning and pile maintenance and all that sort of stuff.
And without the one-to-one comparison on what we're looking at for savings, it's kind of hard to justify a $58,000 salary increase here. I know we just cut some with the tractor and the backhoe and the chipper. But this seems steep.
Whoops, sorry, yes, it is. So $58,000, I agree with you. It's just hard to allocate additional to the department without understanding what other savings we would have. So
I'm just not sure that we've really voiced a savings here or a real important need. I don't know if anyone else is.
Yeah, I don't see the need for this. I don't see a net gain here of anything significant enough to make us take on an extra employee.
What's that?
I can't hear anybody if anyone's talking.
Art is asking if we currently only have 3 employees over in the Public Works Department.
No, we have 5 total. 2 are roads out of the road fund and the 3 are out of Public Works.
And then 3 are here reflected in this budget. I think that's probably the way that I'm leaning.
I'm not hearing you guys. You're leaning towards.
Sorry,
what?
I was like shouting into the mic before, so I'm trying to do better. I just, based on like the value that we're looking at, the one-to-one comparison, it's hard to justify this one, so I'm not sure that it's the best expenditure at this time. It sounds like there's a little bit of support for that.
yeah, for me, it's just hard to justify. I mean, the number could have been 60 or could have been 35, to be honest with you. I just don't know how to put value against that more than just saying we need an extra employee. And I'm sure there's so much work to be done that, reflects in the day-to-day, but how? It's hard to evaluate. And, $58,000 for this budget, it's just a lot. So unless you
Okay.
have a specific, description as to where we've seen the lacks in terms of we're not able to meet, the proper maintenance of our trees, our watering's not being done correctly, our maintenance overall of the equipment. You have a way to showcase maybe hours, that would justify that. Otherwise, it's sort of, it would be ideal to have an extra staff member in the department. I just don't know how to approve.
Do we have a consensus to remove this from the budget and say $58,000? Cut 58 grand?
Sounds like it.
Sounds like it. Let's move on. Let's make that agreement and move on. That's all I have for Public Works.
Okay.
So we just cut out of Public Works 58 plus 76 is
It's only 46 to remove. The 58 would have been to add 12 to it.
Okay, so
Say that again?
we were at, what were, because the line item had only accounted for 46, it's removing 46 from the budget, it's not removing 58. So,
Oh, I'm
We were
sorry.
at-
Yes. You're
Right.
right. So it's
so with the
46.
chipper, with the
Plus
backhoe in the chipper, we went down to what, we came down to 123? We came down 123, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and then,
112,500 was the actual reduction with the equipment lease.
okay. And then add on top of that the 46, and that puts us at where my math is not great. 158.5, 158.5, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
I want to talk about the flat bottom boat motor.
Oh, yes. Thank you,
Yes.
Ryan. I had that on my list and I forgot to bring it
Well,
up.
I discussed
you.
this with Chris today. I have a lot of concerns about our employees operating a boat in shallow
Ryan, can you
water.
speak into your microphone for me, please?
Sorry, is that better, Mac?
Thank you. That's better. Thank you.
I have a lot of concerns about our employees operating a boat. I understand it's an ask in Public Works for our police to use mainly in emergency situations, flooding, things like that. There's a lot of training that comes involved in getting on a boat in an emergency situation. I do that training yearly, and I do it for 2 different agencies, and it is not something that they would ever let me on a boat if I didn't have all that training done. So I don't see training here for that. I will say that I see the need for some kind of flotation device to get our residents out of extreme flood situations if they want to, if the county fire rescue is not responding in an adequate time. There are cheaper alternatives, inflatable options, maybe just a boat without a motor. When you start adding a motor into operating in shallow water, there's low hanging branches, there's down power lines, there's things that can get you in a lot of trouble very fast that if you don't have the proper training to recognize those things, can get somebody killed. I don't see $15,000 in this line item. I see maybe 5 to go research some kind of cheaper alternative. That's something that also the storage becomes an issue. We have very little storage in this village when it comes to Public Works. I don't think Manager Jenkins would enjoy having a boat in a trailer at his yard all the time that doesn't ever move. I think that for me, I see a reduction here, and I see the need, but I see the needs other places, and I see a tremendous risk to our employees if we don't give them the proper training. If we're going to go all in on this, we have to find the money for the training as well. If not, I see a reduction to some kind of flotation device we can get Mr. and Mrs. Johnson out of the giant puddle that their house is now in and to high ground so they can go to a shelter.
Yeah, all valid points. Right.
49.
What is what would be a better estimate considering there could be you said maybe some savings in.
Inflatable rifts usually run around $4,000 to $6,000. I think, it depends on whether we get a trailer or they only weigh about 250 pounds. So really 5-10 guys can pick them up and carry them, which is something we do all the time. I would say I'd be comfortable with cutting this in about a third to 1/3 of $5,000. Let the manager go out and see what he can get for that. And if it's not something we can do this year, we, talk about it another year. But for me,
And it would be still staff managing it, and you think there's
yeah,
still.
yes. And also the thing about a motor is if we don't, we have a maintenance issue in this village. If we do not constantly run that motor, when the time comes that we need it, it won't turn on.
Yeah.
And so for me, I see a need, but a need for something a lot more scaled down than a boat
Yeah.
with a motor.
Well said.
Chris, how do you feel about that option as an alternative?
Whatever the commission would like to do.
In terms of, so that would be just for the expense. Would that be insurance issues just because there's staff? I wonder, running a boat. I don't know if Brad is on the line, but I'm guessing all of that is sort of still supported with their insurance for.
I'm still here.
Oh.
So your insurance policy, I mean, your insurance policy should cover injuries to your workers, to your employees, excuse me. Whether specifically, I don't know that there's necessarily a boat exception, but I would have to look at the policy, see if there's some type of exception.
But first thought would be that it should cover, usually there's nothing to the exception of boats, you know.
There shouldn't be if it's being used for rescue situations, but I mean, I would have to look at the specific policy to see if there's any type of exception for operating a boat with some type of propulsion.
Okay.
Can
So
I ask,
5,000,
I'm sorry,
are we
go ahead.
No, it's just to run that. So you said about a third, meaning 5,000 for the line item? Okay.
What did you have, Mac?
I had a question for Ryan. Ryan, in your professional experience, there are agencies that come in and help. You said if somebody couldn't show up to help out, we would use
Yeah,
our boat.
Miami-Dade County Fire Rescue has a high water vehicle. The problem was during the June storms, they were in such high demand. They only had
Oh, I'm sure.
one in service at the time that it took a very long time for them to get out here.
Okay.
Miami-Dade Fire Rescue did respond to a flooded situation and in our village, and it was just a regular fire truck that shows up. They can go in about 12 inches of water or less. So they weren't going anywhere near that puddle. It was our police officers who waded through with waders and made contact with the victim, and they walked him out. So that's where I could see a inflatable riff being beneficial there, where they could sit him down on the boat, and our police officers could walk through with the waders that they brought from Bass Pro and drag them over to high ground where they could get
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So it's really a flotation device for the person they're rescuing. The officers are not inside it like they would be on a boat. They put the person in there and they walk them out.
Yeah, without the proper training, I would not advise any of our police officers to enter into any water that they couldn't be standing in.
Yeah.
I would not, and they would have to have personal protection equipment to get in that water because a lot of that water is dangerous. It's
Right.
contaminated, so
Right.
they'd have to have waders or something like that. But without the proper training, operating a motorized boat.
No, I agree with you 100% on all of that. I had it on my list and I totally forgot to bring it up. So thank you for catching that. I agree 100% that the boat is something we don't need. And do we have any idea how many times in the past number of years we've had any kind of a need for this?
Mr. Commissioner, this is Chief Steele on the line. Just this last year, we do have 2 homicides with dead bodies in the canals, which we had an extremely hard time and had to plea and beg other jurisdictions to come in with a boat to help us retrieve the bodies out of the water. This would definitely be a tool that would assist us with at least getting there. Unfortunately, both times people were videotaping and everything. We couldn't do anything to get the bodies out. So we had North Miami Public Works was able to get a boat, and it took several hours. And then the last one, Miami-Dade finally sent some resources.
So in those, I knew that had happened, but in those cases, Chief, is the canal your responsibility to clear a dead body out of it? Is it a police responsibility to remove a dead body?
Technically, the canal halfway through is ours. The other half is the county. When Miami-Dade Fire Rescue shows up, if they can confirm what they look like, if it's a deceased body, they will not touch it. They left very quickly both times because there was flies. They do their declare them deceased, and then it becomes a police responsibility.
So it's not the coroner's job to come get a dead body.
No, sir. They will only get the body once we get it up and processed by homicide. Then they'll send the coroner or the medical examiner's office to pick up the body at that point.
Interesting, because if there was a dead body in a house, are you guys responsible for going into a house and getting a dead body?
It depends on what it is, but like for instance, that traffic fatality, they wouldn't take the body out of the car, the one that was burnt up. That was a police responsibility with our personnel to remove the body out of the car for them to pick it up. They pretty much just come get the body, put it in a body bag, and that's it.
Okay. Okay, so back to the, thank you, Chief. So back to the boat, what Ryan suggests, I think makes perfect sense, and I think we should reduce that from 15 grand to 5 grand. And I'm confident in, it sounds like Ryan did some homework, and at least 5 grand's a number to get something going in there. And in the future, again, we could always upgrade and get something as we see more of a need. And to Ryan's very valid concerns about people being properly trained to use it. So I'm
Agree.
cool with dropping that to 5.
I agree. Good, okay, looks good. So we're gonna move
There's
that
another
item,
10.
that's another 10.
There
So
you
by
go.
my count, Paul, we're just over 400,000.
$402,800.
That's, I got 810. I don't know how that happened, but I got 402, 810.
Might have rounded ones.
Okay. Okay, do we have any other questions on Public Works before we move on?
I do not.
Would you mind hopping up to the microphone for us there, Mr. Jenkins?
Excuse me.
Okay,
Good evening, everybody.
good evening.
I know we shut down the maintenance, saying worker, but we still need at least one employee. You know what I'm saying, even if we had a worker number 1.
Saying going from 5 up to 6? Sorry,
You're saying the one we just shut down, the $58,000 we just spoke about.
Right. But we use that and hire, I'm saying, a number 1 employee, because if you have somebody out sick, somebody's off this week or whatever, then we need extra bodies.
John, the number 1, is that like a code? Would be a
Well-
a code, and it would be a reduced
Well, you know,
salary for that employee?
Yes.
Okay.
So like the different
So what would,
tiers.
what would be the salary for that employee?
I will have to find out for that, because it was the union as well, so
Mm-hmm.
we will have to find out the regulations. for
That's
that.
definitely some information we would need if we want to talk about that and try to fit that in the
Yeah.
budget. Because we would need to know how much that employee is going to make,
Okay.
so we can figure out the total number while we're thinking about it.
Okay.
While I have you up here, though, I know you mentioned that we had a loss of equipment that was stolen off our trucks
Yes.
because our gate, so when I visited Public Works, John was telling me about recently, one of our employees stopped, used the restroom at our facility, and the truck, they usually leave the gate open as they come and go throughout the day. It becomes, a big job for them to pull the truck out, stop traffic, get out, close the gate. So their standard operating procedures, they leave it open. While he did that, somebody was opportunistic and stole the chainsaws off the truck. We lost money in lost equipment. Maybe some of the money we saved here, we could look into an automatic gate opener for them. So that way they come, they press the button, they pull in, gate closes behind them. Our equipment is safe. So when they're out of the facility all day, the gate is closed. It always stays closed. It's a small expenditure. So that way save money on stolen equipment. If they're all the employees are out doing their business, anybody could just walk into that yard and take whatever they want. Things aren't even in a building, they're just sitting around in the yard. Someone could pull up with a trailer and pull away with one of our large pieces of equipment.
That could happen at any time then.
Yes.
Mm.
So if we,
Sounds like a good.
the gate's a manual gate, and
Yeah.
but they're pulling large trucks out right in front of you live right down there.
Yeah.
You're blocking the traffic, so I understand why they leave the gate open, because they're
Yeah.
coming, going, dropping things off. But I think just a simple expenditure of an automatic gate opener for them would solve that issue. Gate stays closed, people would just drive by and they wouldn't think about
I thought the truck was outside, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, it was outside. It wasn't.
I was just gonna
Yeah.
say, you know what I'm saying, with that one, he went on the swell to outside, he just
Yeah.
wanted to run in right quick and run out. So I'm assuming somebody had to be watching him.
Yeah, but if
They
we
have,
we
like,
that
we
automatic
had an
gate opener,
issue.
We know that's the procedure. Press the button, you pull in, gate closes behind you.
I'm 100% with that. I think it's a safety added value just to incorporate to the department, considering we're about to get more equipment as well,
Very expensive equipment.
very expensive equipment. So I think that the idea of having, kind of a better security system, if you will, for the gate you currently have is not something, I think it's something to evaluate.
Do we know how
Public
much
Wo-
that would be?
Yeah.
I don't know how much.
What do you mean?
That I don't know.
You don't have the number, it's all.
Could we-
I've never installed one. I couldn't even begin to guess.
I looked at the gate and it could definitely accept one, so I don't think it would be a new gate install, it would just be adding the opener.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's something the manager could get a quote up for us or a ballpark to get back for for our first hearing.
Do we want to put like 2,500 and then have that number reviewed?
Yeah,
This is
that
the
probably
ordinance.
sounds, I'm looking online right now and it looks like
About
for, big
5,000?
ornament. It doesn't look
But
like
you
they're
have-
that much. It
You
looks
have
like,
cameras there? You have cameras there?
Yes, but
Do they work?
yes, they work, but the controller, nobody knows how to get in because that employee, he had all access and everything else. we
So,
will have to-
so that's something that we need to
Yeah.
fix.
Yeah.
Right? Because I mean, what's the point of having cameras if we don't know how to use them?
Right.
it looks, guys, I just did this, don't go by this number at all, but I just Googled commercial automatic gate opener and it looks $2,500 is kind of like the top end stuff that I saw on there. So why don't we drop $2,500 in there so we can keep moving through this? And between now and when we look at it again, hopefully someone can get a closer number for us.
John, can I ask you a question before you head out? If it could be, so the equipment that was stolen, is that something that already has been replaced? Or is that part of the needed equipment still for next year?
That's what me and the manager was discussing, cause we need a few more items too. I'm saying along with a chainsaw, because if we do have hurricane, we have saws, we have the equipment now, but that equipment is kind of old.
Yeah.
And we
But
need to
saying
upgrade.
just to replace what you lost on the stolen items that you lost.
Yes.
I'll
I
jump
don't
in
have-
on, I'll jump in on that. We filed an insurance claim, so we had the itemized list of them. Our deductible, I believe, is $1,000, I think off the top of my head. So we're gonna have to come up with that, but that will replace all the equipment.
All right,
Okay.
so.
And then,
You'll have that equipment back.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
and then if the garage door opener or the gate opener is 2,500, you can probably plan on another 2,500 for
Installation.
power installation, all that good stuff.
5,000?
Where will that go? Thank you.
Is that a CIP line item? No? Okay. Where would you propose?
Under
Public
49?
Works.
49. Okay.
49?
So at least it's a placeholder, guys, and then hopefully we'll get a tighter number.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. All right,
Okay.
so I think that takes care of Public Works. Unless anyone has anything else, I think, what's the next one we have? I'm lost in my notes.
Building
Thank you.
fund.
Had it open here somewhere. There it is. Okay, building. All right. Chris, is there anything you want to introduce or walk through or note for this one?
I did not add anything to this one beyond the status quo budget.
And it's a balanced budget because revenues match expenditures by rule.
We cannot have an excess. Right. Okay, do we have any questions about the building fund?
Yeah,
So
why
I
do oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Vero.
No, I was just looking at the summary that has a balance of 16,200. Where's that coming from? Oh, you're saying we're matching, but I see
Which item?
between revenues and expenditures, a difference.
Down at the bottom of the page.
Oh.
They don't match. It doesn't zero out.
You looking, Paul?
What did I just hear? I'm looking at the actual budget and it does zero out.
Okay, so at the bottom, you have fund balance appropriation reservations for that amount. What does that mean? Fund balance appropriation reservation?
The revenue and the expenses don't align, but there's an,
There's an adjustment, correct?
yeah, exactly. She's asking for an explanation on that. The adjustment.
That was last year, the 66,000, that was owed to from the general fund to balance the budget. As we transitioned to the building fund, you may remember there was we did the shuffling, and this is the accounting, just correcting it, I believe. And then this year is within $16,000, so it's a pretty modest adjustment. But again, the actual revenue is not a predictable number, so it's
Right.
always a reactive budget or spreadsheet, if you will.
This is a correction then, you said?
Yeah, that's gonna happen every time.
Okay. Any other questions about the building fund?
Yeah, 360, where is it? $360, what is the training education surcharge? Because we adopted 1,500 for this current fiscal year, and year-to-date, end of June, it's at 8,500, so we're way over, and we're still only budgeting 1,500 again. What is that?
What are you looking at, Mac? Which code?
Revenue code 360, I'm sorry, building fund revenue, revenue code 360.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So this is revenue. So again, is this a matter of, Paul, we go low and it comes in higher? And
Not
what is
exactly,
it?
yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I don't have that general ledger to look up what that 8,500 is. Is that what you're in the,
It's a
Yeah, 'cause-
surcharge on permit fees, so.
yeah, so you're gonna get revenue from that,
Not gonna be able to track how many permits you're gonna have in a year.
Yeah, I follow you. Yeah, so it's a plug
So this
number,
is
really.
another one where we put a number in and then we know it's always gonna go over.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Again, say that again. It's a number that we put in.
This is revenue, not an expense. So we can't budget, we don't know how many building permits we're gonna have. It's like all the
Yeah.
other, so we put in a low number knowing we will always bring in more and the department balances itself out. But this is part of the balance of the fund, right, Paul?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, very good. That's, I just wanted clarification on that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the building fund? No? Okay. Let's see.
CIP.
See, police fund. Any questions about the police fund? It sounded,
The police
CITT?
forfeiture fund?
police forfeiture fund, yep, that would be the next one. Empty.
I don't have any questions.
Oh, that's easy. CITT?
Congratulations is all I say. You're using it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right, that's good.
Wasn't that many years ago we weren't, right, Paul?
Yeah,
Got
that was a
ourselves in
nightmare.
Trouble. We had ourselves in trouble.
Plus, all right, so CITT is the next one.
The IDT.
Yep. Any que-
Can you help me understand 64 Chris Place, where it says transportation projects 80%, and then we have the transit 20, and then there's storm drain inspections, cleaning. What is that?
Of the funds we receive from CITT, 80% has
excuse
to be spent on transportation specific projects. So that's, think infrastructure. 20% has to be spent on transit projects. So that's the moving people around part.
And so this inspection cleaning, how is that related? Didn't we see already as cleaning drain?
You're allowed to use the CITT funds there.
Okay.
It's part of the road drainage, so it's a road maintenance item.
Didn't we have that item already show up in
It's
it?
in a couple places, different kinds of cleaning and treatment, but this is the larger one on the main roads.
So in essence, it lives in several buckets, which should add it all up to understand what the total expenditure is for cleanup of the drains. Is that,
You can do that.
okay, that's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like it's divided in different buckets.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you have an eligible amount here.
Question I have for this budget or this fund is we're projected to come in over $200,000 in excess of our current budget this year. And we budgeted $200,000 for road repairs in our CIP. So why are we spending CIP money on road repairs when we have $200,000 extra proposed in this budget that can only be used for road repairs, 80% of it? Why are we not doing more road repairs here and less in CIP in 2020?
Which,
So
are you following? Where do you see
so
that?
if let's see, object code 64, we have $0 in there for road repairs this year when we have to use 80% of our revenue. We're projected to go in $200,000 over our adopted budget. And we're budgeting to use $200,000 of CIP money for road repairs. So why are we not using some of our CITT funds for the road repairs and reduce that in CIP?
Where are you seeing we're going over by 200,000?
In the summary?
Yeah, summary, our total projected revenues is 460,000 and our total projected expenses is 219,000.
Mhm.
So that would be 240,000 over.
That's total projected for this year.
This year, yes.
Yeah.
But this is money that we get from, from the county, it gets
Yeah.
collected. So it should track every year. We should be growing.
Yeah, the revenues coming in are completely beyond our control. It is that, I believe it's a half-cent tax.
Road tax. Or gas tax, excuse me.
As for why we had 400 projected this year, I don't know. That seems to be the anomaly. Perhaps.
That might be a catch-up where they were holding our money for quite a few years and we were able to draw against it. This could be a timing where we drew a big chunk all this year. And it was for prior year expenses. That's my estimate, but I can verify that for you.
Even if it's a catch-up, we're still gonna have $200,000 in excess revenue sitting in a.
Yeah, so there's two CITT funds. There's an actual bank account,
Mhm.
which has a lot more money than this in it. And then there's what you're allocated to spend by your plan. So I think that's what this is this shows what we actually got allocated to spend this year. Whereas the actual, it's not over, there's like $600,000 in that account.
Mhm.
We're only allowed to use stuff for our budget that we qualify for each year, if that makes any sense. So I don't have that in the budget, but there's a whole, in the
So would
financials, you'll see that schedule.
Would we not be allowed to move some of that 600,000 to road repairs to reduce our road repairs in CIP?
I follow what you're
That's-
saying.
That's going to be used for the storm drain phase 1B and 2.
Yeah, I thought we banked this.
Yes,
This was, if you look at the drainage project, that's where that money's coming from, right?
right.
Some
You've
of it.
directed it there.
Yeah.
Do we have any other questions on the CITT fund?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay. We did CITT, we did police forfeiture, police fund, we did. We do road fund? I don't think we have.
Road fund's a formula with Public Works, so it shouldn't have it. It's just portions of personnel, portions of salaries, et cetera.
Okay, so if we don't have any questions on that, then.
And it is full, I mean, there are employees that are attached to this. It's not a portion of every employee. It's two
Right.
of those guys are attached to this. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Sanitation.
That one's done.
Sanitation, yep. Right, so then I think that brings us to our last one, which is capital improvements, correct? I don't think there are any others. That our last one?
All I have.
Okay. Did it again. All right, so capital projects, let's take a look.
I think I lost you guys. Are you there?
Oh, we're here.
Oh, there you are.
I'm trying to download the Excel sheet here, guys. I'm only looking at it in my browser, so I'll just open the floor for anybody that wants to get a question started.
So what do you have over here? What's column K and L? What is this reflecting? I don't know, Paul, if this is you? Okay. Chris, do you have that K and L on code 60? It's where the descriptions are. What does that mean?
You're looking at the capital improvement plan spreadsheet, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah, K and L, K is grant funds and L is county funds. So as we get into these projects, once grant funds are made available to us or county funds are made available to us, they fill in that line. That's not something that we budget for. That's more on the accounting side.
Money that comes from the county, you said?
Yeah,
Match.
yep.
Okay.
Chris, or maybe this is a question for Paul. If we add up all of our expenditures in 2025, we allocated 400,000 for this year, but it shows capital outlay as 601. So it looks like we're capital outlaying $200,000 more than our expenditures for 2025. Is that like a formula depending on our revenues, how much we put into CIP?
Along those lines, yes.
So would that mean we have $200,000 that's unallocated for 2025?
It's a much bigger number than it probably should have been,
Uh-huh.
to be honest. Like I would have probably brought it to 300 just for discussion purposes. So you have a live $300,000 that there's nothing assigned to it.
That's not
Easily.
in CIP.
Yeah, there's no it's just a big number, but yeah, that's,
And
I said that earlier, that we should have pointed that out, the first workshop, that you got a big chunk sitting there.
guys, I'll start this off with, I had sat in on a meeting with Chris today with the grant writer. Chris is looking to go towards this FERNAP grant. That's a State of Florida recreation grant. Initially, his project was looking at matching funds just to redo the tot lot. The project was going to be about 120,000. We would have to match 25%. But it starts
Match how
to get
much?
match 25%.
Okay.
It starts to get where the best bang for our buck is if we, and also with speaking to the grant writer, our best success rate is if we maximize the size of our project. So if we already have grant matching funds and we can maximize our project, me and Chris talked about, could we do an all-encompassing project at the rec center? ISA wants to replace the tot lot. There's talk about pickleball. There's talk, the other playground is also aging. Could we up that project from a $120,000 project to a $200,000 project? If we get the grant, we would hopefully use pickleball funds and a little bit of these unassigned funds to match it. Once you go to a $200,000, it goes to a 1-to-1. So we bring 200,000, the state gives us 200. We have 400,000 to build pickleball, new tot lots, new playground. And as the thing that helps you get the grant is you have to have supporting structures, things like picnic benches, water fountains, new trash cans. Every one of those you place in the park gets you points that gets your chances of getting the grant better. So the bigger the project we make, the nicer the park we build, the better chance we get of getting the grants.
Yeah.
I think that's a great use of pickleball funds of $90,000, not just spending it on one project, but reallocating it to a bigger project that redesigns almost our entire park. We have to stop thinking about piecemealing this village one project at a time and actually let designers do their job, let engineers do their job and design the park as our infrastructure is aging throughout the entire park. Let them design it and build it for one time, not, hey, let's add a tennis court that could be a pickleball, that didn't think about the tot lot next to it, that didn't think about there's a sand volleyball court. Let's,
Sort of like the big idea, and then from there, just go and ask them.
exactly. And as the grant writer says, you either go small with a $50,000 ask, which there's no matching for that size grant, but what kind of project can you get for 50,000? Or you maximize the money because the state looks at those maximum size projects as a bigger fruit to bite off. Then when you start getting in the middle in the weeds, he sees his success rate go down. So if we're already spending 90,000 on pickleball, I see upping that to a 200 for rec center. Oh, we also have 35, I think it was 35 for rec center improvements, combining those two, bringing it up to 200 and looking at this as an overall overhaul of our park.
Are you looking at the CIP when you?
Yeah, CIP. So you have 90,000 in pickleball, and then you have recreational improvements, playground upgrades. we have, Chris, is that where we saw the other 30,000?
So,
Looking for it right now.
I know we talked about, oh.
so,
Well, while he's
hold on, because the,
No, it's on
capital,
that- Yeah, it's recreational improvements, rec center upgrades. We have 32 there. So if you combine those two that we're supposed to spend in 2025, we have to bring in a little bit of the unallocated, or sorry, 2024. We have to bring a little bit of the unallocated funds as well. We get an overall overhaul of our park, including pickleball, including new tot lots, new playgrounds. And it's designed in one time by one designer. So it's not, let's piecemeal
Well,
this at one time and another.
Yes, to that concept. Here's the other wrench that we have to throw into that, though. That parking situation over there needs to be addressed as all part of all that as well. We already spent a big chunk of money having a firm come in and address our parking situation and gave us proposals for that. And that there are impacts on the facility space itself with the parking. So that's a critical thing. Right now, we don't have adequate parking there and we're in
I can-
violation of our own code. So all of that has to be, because some of that would, one thing could possibly undo the other. We have some sidewalks that are going to have to be moved and or replaced.
I completely
And
agree,
that,
Mac.
and it impacts everything you're saying, Ryan.
I completely agree, but I would hate to see in 2025, we put the parking in, and then in 2026, 2027, we decide to put a new playground in and we drive over our brand new
That's,
parking. and
that's
destroy-
exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm
So-
saying. We need to think, we have to look at this all of one. It's not just
Yeah,
the improvements.
exactly.
It's, we have that as well. And each one is going to impact the other one. So
Yeah,
no
and we
matter
already
which,
have, we already have the parking funded, so I think it's a good opportunity to look at this as a whole project
Yep.
and do everything at one time.
Yeah.
It's not gonna stop our infrastructure from aging. Our playgrounds were put in
Yeah.
2004. ISA this month is ordering 2 slides that he has a special order from the manufacturer for $8,000 because the slides are they're not made anymore. They're not stocked.
well, they need an overhaul. And then we have that whole mulch situation where it's like we're putting mulch down, which is a really odd thing to keep doing. That's just to keep replacing it. So I'm agreeing with you, Ryan, and upping the ante one and saying all of that parking and the perimeter needs to be addressed because one is going to definitely impact the other. And you're correct. We'll be undoing things that we already did.
are you
So
able
for
to
t-
combine the parking with this
Well,
idea?
We've
of
already funded the parking. That was allocated in 2023. So that project is moving forward. Chris mentioned to me today that we're getting the design documents back soon with that. I would just say that maybe we put a hold on it until we know what we're doing with our.
We
Hmm.
have to have the whole thing designed to all work together or
Exactly.
we're gonna.
And time our construction projects, so that way we're not
Yep.
putting new parking in and then driving construction vehicles over
Right.
it a year later.
Right. But for
That's-
tonight's purposes, I don't think we need to worry about all the individual amounts in there. We just have to approve the total amount for the CIP that's in there because we're not committed to any of those things. Individually, we're just approving the total amount. Is that correct, Paul, Chris?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, you'll
So-
fill in your projects as you choose.
Exactly.
So
So
the
Ryan,
capital improvement plan, we adopted this. It lives on its
Mhm.
own. The commission can at any time choose to move things around, choose which projects to put in or projects to remove out. It's budget time, what we're doing right now that would set up the funds that we can use to do that.
yeah, so that's what we're really doing tonight is just approving your $602,000, right, Chris?
Correct.
And
yeah.
at what point will we go into the specifics of what falls into that?
Well, then Chris
Why-
starts bringing
Whatever we
things
want,
back
I
to
think.
us. Yeah.
My recommendation would be once we get the budget passed, so looking at, well, most likely reasonably November would be the time to readdress the CIP.
Yeah, sit down
But
and.
wait, because last year and during the budget season, I remember we had to be so specific as to put pickleball. So are we saying now we don't need to do that and we just put a total amount?
Yeah, we didn't have the CIP at that point, so we actually had to enumerate, or we had to list. The commission chose to list individual projects in the budget itself.
This was give us the freedom just to go and revisit it any.
Right, this says, here's your bucket of money, and then at some point later, outside of the budget process, we can have those conversations about how to spend it.
But we already have notified, sort of discussed with our village 2025 as it currently stands as is in the CIP.
Correct.
So there is a draft. The question I think is, are we looking to change that drastically or how are we touching those items?
So I think the question to answer is, we put a lot of work into the capital improvement plan, planning it out for the next, I think, total of 7 fiscal years. The question that we need to answer tonight is, we want to stick to something close to this, or we want to throw another $200,000 at the CIP and then figure out how to use it later. I think that's really,
Mhm.
I think we keep it at this. We have 12 months to get a lot of this stuff done. And as we all know, things move more slowly than we would like them to. Some of these things are kind of in progress already, but that 12 months will go by very quickly. And I think we could always move money from the general fund, correct, Paul? If we like spent all this 600, we spent all this money and we had time left in the calendar and we said, look, Chris can get more done. We can move money from the general fund, correct?
Not from the general fund, from your reserve fund.
From the reserve fund, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So we can always do that.
Yeah, your
I don't think we-
CIP could be fully funded through reserves if you chose to and not use any of your annual income. And that's really what this budget process is what you're going to do with this year's money. And then at the end of it, you decide what you're going to do with your savings.
With the excess.
Because you could balance, right now, you're $239,000 away from a balanced budget. You could
Mhm.
reduce the CIP general fund contribution by that exact amount and you're balanced, and then move that, whatever you choose your total CIP to be, out of reserves. Like that would be the
Yeah,
easy way.
yeah. To get it to the dollar. But again, that would be anticipating us getting everything done in that period of time in a perfect world, and that's not how things ever work.
And so it really never goes anywhere. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
still in reserves.
Yeah, exactly. So
do it
we
if we
could
get
make
that
that
far.
decision at the end of this process too, Paul, correct? We don't
Exactly.
have
That's
to, like,
really what we
don't have to
do.
plan for that, yeah.
Yeah, the last decision you all make is to identify if any reserves will go into that fund, and then that sets your
Mhm.
balance for of all your reserves, and then you use your 25-75 split.
Got it. Okay.
So, yeah,
I'd
it's
say we just keep
it's actually
it-
a good system.
I'd say we keep it what it is for now.
No, I agree, but I like that idea a lot, Ryan, in moving some money around and trying to make some improvements. But to the point of getting to a balanced budget, I think that's probably what we do.
No, but Brian, you bring up a very good point that we can this thing needs to be thought through better, so we're not tripping over ourselves. And doing
we can
things
move
one
money
little
around.
project at a time, come up with a plan for the whole thing, and off we go.
I think that's the right move.
Okay.
Good with that?
Yeah.
Sounds like that's what we're doing, Paul.
So you want me to make that adjustment for the next
Yeah.
draft, so it's balanced, and then you can push it
Yes.
back any way you want?
If you could do that, yes, that would be helpful.
Happy to do
Well, do we have to do that now about, because we will definitely make changes to this entire budget in these 2 hearings. Can't we do that at the end and just agree that agree in theory we'll do it, but don't balance it now, because then we'll be unbalancing it at the next hearing at the first hearing when we find mistakes and make changes, and we'll be undoing what we already did.
I see what you're saying. So
do we need a balanced budget at the hearing?
I think that's better optics, if nothing else, that you at least start with that, and
Yeah.
it's the same math, but I think it's a better image for a budget draft to be balanced. I mean, we know in our heads how it would balance, but if you leave it, $239,000,
I see what you're saying.
So you're saying,
really just semantics, but I think it's an important.
so balancing would be your recommendation, and removing that from the CIP?
Yeah, so your draft will have all the corrections and changes we've talked about for these 3 meetings. We'll drop the CIP, the balanced amount, because there's nothing else we know about. And
Right.
then at the first budget hearing, you'll bring in any adjustments, and we'll do those, really quickly. And then your
And
final
then
budget.
tweak it.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how I see it.
So we're dropping the CIP to balance the budget, and then we're moving from our reserves to bring CIP back to where it is right now, as we see it.
Or whatever level you choose.
Well, yeah, whatever we want it to be.
Come up 150, 100, 200.
Because we know that CIP is a rolling number, because we know we're not going to do all these projects this year, right?
Yeah,
This
it
is an
gives you the
ongoing
agility.
thing. Yeah, exactly. So as we need, it's kind of like a draw.
Okay. And I think that that's the plan, to present it as balanced, and then we can move it around and tweak if we need. Sir,
All right,
that sound good?
sounds good.
If we're done with all the departments, I had one thing I wanted to ask for. Does anyone
Sure.
else have any other things they wanted to ask for in the budget?
I did at one point. I have to go back and find my notes. What were you,
I'll
what'd you
let
have in
you guys
mind?
go first. Does anyone else have anything?
I know, I'm just going off without digging for my notes right now. I know that one of the priorities that I had was just road repairs. So I know you brought it up, Ryan. It's an issue that's constantly brought up.
We have money here.
Yeah, I know, right. So I think it's more prioritizing, I think, than necessarily asking for more money to be put in for specific projects.
Yeah.
But it's prioritizing.
Yeah, that's a question I had for this CIP is, we had 60,000 this year.
Yeah.
What did we spend that on? What's our plan? Because now we have 200,000 in a couple months.
Mm.
And what are we gonna, what are we going forward? What is our plan? What are we gonna do? Have we identified projects? How are we gonna spend that money? Because it's desperately needed out there, but what's the plan moving forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, this year, this fiscal, we actually had a lot of projects going on. Excuse me, a lot of it was cleanup. Next fiscal, relatively speaking, we don't have as many projects. The other difference is the current fiscal, we didn't pass the CIP until very late in the year versus next fiscal, we can hit the ground running on October 1. So we should be able to get a lot more of this done a lot more quickly.
When it comes to priorities, to the point of, the roads being something that we need to touch base on, I'd like to hear your thoughts as well, Chris. I mean, you get it from Public Works, right? We have all these things that we see every day that needs to happen, and you have a list already that's been discussed. What would be the top 3 things you wouldn't touch or you would prioritize based on what staff is telling you as well, to add to the conversation?
Yeah, there are definitely roads here within the village that are worse than others. This is pretty bad. The road in front of, was it 9th, I believe, in front of your house, Mr. Mayor?
111 is.
Yeah,
it's
111,
already-
sorry.
That one's been
It's
repaired.
pretty gnarly.
Like, yeah.
114, yeah.
There are many buckets, and I mean, we could go, so I think identifying that and defining what the priority is and understanding if
Yep.
we have that, to your point on not being so scattered and looking at the big picture, I mean, does it make more sense to have $30,000 a year to go, fixing little holes around the street, or we go for a bigger project and tackle at least the most urgent ones? So I think that would be, at least for me, great to know from staff, from you, what the recommendation would be. So when we are talking about numbers, and we can make it.
That's something
easier.
I talked about a month ago, is using that 60,000 as for a study.
Yeah.
To study our roads, to let us know where the most endangered roads are, what damage we're doing to them, so we can start prioritizing and using that 200 this year to implement and start fixing them.
Yeah.
Well, I have 2 things that always concern me when we talk about repairing roads. And one is when first, let me just say that when you repair a road, you often create a speedway, right? And we have speeding problems in the village. And some of the things that we want to and intend to do for our traffic problems will involve some roads, could involve some roads being in need of, repairs after that. I would rather see us focus on some of the traffic issues first, because, it worries me when you fix these roads and people start flying down them, and we're increasing the ability for people to speed through our village, quite frankly. So you've heard me say before that the tree roots, for example, are like nature's speed bumps. They are, and I want to see us focus on the solutions to our traffic woes. Maybe that needs to be prioritized. And then the other thing I was going to say about road, it just completely slipped my mind because I'm starving to death. I forget, it'll come back up in my mind. But so that concerns me, is that we need to be addressing what are we going to do in fiscal 25 for traffic issues?
We have a line item. I mean, I don't know if that would, the calming measures. Look, we have the traffic study, which is
Yeah, that has to be done
granted, but
first.
that's only step
Yep.
one, right? I mean, that's not putting any of the
No, and that's
implementing any of the
months.
calming measures.
We have 31,000 in CIP for traffic mitigation, and that was, I'm waiting for the manager to let us know that that ILA has been approved by the county. For me to,
Yep.
that is a discussion item, because I think
Yep.
that's something we, as soon as that's approved by the county, we need to start talking about that.
We need to start figuring out what we're gonna do. We have some money and we need to start figuring that out. So that to me is like such a big, such a priority for us.
But I do think that, I don't think a lawyer would agree with you that a tree root is a speed
Oh, I
bump.
know. I
And
know
it's not,
that.
it's not signed as one. If that caused an accident, I think we would lose that in court. I think we need to start looking at safety as also our roads need to be safe to be navigated.
Prioritizing and tweaking and changing and defining projects in the CIP is a conversation we can always have.
So, okay.
What was,
I wanna
what was
toss-
on your list at Mac?
Well, one thing I'm just gonna say that I would like to see us moving forward, looking at alternative revenue sources to get specific projects done. We have things in the budget or things that we could pay for by other means. And we have things that aren't in the budget that we could raise money for. And I don't want to have this conversation now, but I would like to see us have a serious conversation and in fiscal 25 be the year that we start looking at projects that we intend to get done by asking people to pay for it for us, at getting the foundation using their ability to raise money for specific projects. They're going to get done with their rec center project and helping them identify the next thing that the village would like. And I would also like the commission to take on some things that we would fund directly. We all have the ability to go ask people for money. We can ask, for dog water stations and human water stations around the rec center. We have the ability to identify the businesses that would be likely to benefit from some kind of a sponsorship of those dog walkers and pet spas and veterinarians and all of that good stuff, and to identify where we would raise that money and go get the money and get things done outside of our budget. Because once we get this approved, then it's Chris's job to go get this all done and he brings things back to us and we do our, approval kind of a thing. But then we have the ability to go get things done ourselves. I think it's time for us to do that as a commission and use our foundation as well. The other thing I want to remind you of is I would like to set our emergency reserve to be 100% of our budget for this year. And we have the ability to do that this year. And I think we need to remember to do that and have that conversation once we see the final numbers in front of us. And then there is one other ask that I would like to put in front of you guys. And that is regarding communications. Communications in this village still are subpar. We have new gizmos and gadgets and still, to me, it's not getting any better. So I'll give you the perfect example, the app. We have this app that still very, very few people are registered for. And there's not a lot of track. Now, Chris will tell us that, how many things are coming through it, and that's all great, but we have very few people registered for it. So there is an enormous amount of improvement. And the way we can communicate by email, we can communicate through the app, certainly. And I'm not suggesting that we stop any of that. What I'm saying is you've always heard me say we need an all of the above strategy to get to people in lots of different ways. And in Biscayne Park, there is the unique opportunity, because we are such a pedestrian friendly village and everybody to leave the village has to drive through the village to get out of it. We only have a certain number of entrances and exits, that median signs work for us. They're not sophisticated. They're not digital. They're not fancy. They're not super modern, but they are extremely effective. And I think that needs to become part of our strategy to communicate on an ongoing basis. And I would like to see us test something, just test something. I did a little bit of research on it by installing more of the, Chris, help me with the word, or if he's here, maybe he knows the word, those, the things that are mounted in the ground. I have it here in front of me somewhere, like they are around the rec center on a post with the frame that you can put signage inside, but specifically that are the size to hold the size of like an election campaign sign, that kind of they come in that standard size. So instead of putting median signs on stakes in the median, which look really crappy, to purchase a couple of these installed in concrete in the ground posts with the plastic holder, with the plastic over the front of it, the clear plastic, like we have at the rec center, but they're just in a different shape, to use those signs that we could rotate through to get messages out to people. I think they would be highly utilized, and it's a great way to get information out to people very quickly about village events, sign up for our app, things that are going on in the village, all manner of things to drive people to our app, to our website. But I think in Biscayne Park, we would benefit from going a little old school in communication as part of a communication strategy that obviously includes all the digital and all the other things we have going on. These, I looked online, just a rough price, about $500 each, includes shipping. These that Public Works could install in the ground, that signs could go in. I would like to see us buy a couple of these, 5, 10, drop in strategic places in the village on certain medians and start getting the message out that way as part of a communication strategy. Because guys, another year has gone by and we've not gotten any better. So another year is going to go by. We're still not going to get better. Now you are going to see, I guess Brad's going to tell me I'm going to get in trouble if I say that. Well, I will say, I'll just remind you that at the last meeting, Chris said, if you guys have any ideas, he said to me, if I have any ideas about how to increase registration on the app, that I could bring the idea to him. You're going to see that here in a couple of days. So I would like to see us budget $3,000 to get a couple of these, get them in place, and see how this helps us to share messaging to our residents. What say you?
Where are you talking about putting this as like a CIP like line item, or just kind of just generally, let's say
Just
yes, and
putting
then
it,
find a
like
spot
put it
for
in and find a spot for it. Put it under administration, put it under Public Works. I'm probably under administration because that's where communication kind of stuff is. The app
right,
and other
okay.
things like that live in administration. So put it there. So $3,000, get a couple of these and start using them and see how people respond to them.
Yeah, look,
And I'm not talking little 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper. I'm talking about you then go out and have what amounts to an election campaign sign made for the Halloween event. That is an evergreen thing. You save them and reuse them every year and just put a sticker on it to change the date. But big, bold messaging, and people will get used to very quickly knowing, oh, that thing is there. That permanent fixture has been added on the median on 10th Avenue at 118th Street. And they know they see stuff there all the time. They'll know to look there for stuff. And when they drive by, they'll notice, oh, the sign changed. What's going on? Oh, look, they have the Halloween information up. But
Yeah,
it
I
can
mean,
be used to promote the other forms of communication as well. I think we need to stick that into the mix.
Yeah, I think like the more kind of analog, so to speak, forms of communication are worth trying. I know Paul just brought up, some municipalities use like light pole kind of banners or flags. I know we got a
Yep.
couple of those that I've actually driven by very recently that I think need to be replaced
Yep.
because they're old and worn. You can barely
The
read them.
ones over by the bridge.
Yeah, right. The one here and then the one over by Griffin in the golf course. That one's pretty beat. But look,
I don't think people even notice they're there, to be honest with you.
maybe I just catch them then.
I've mentioned them quite a few times at the meetings. I reported them on the app too, that they're disrepaired.
They're what? I'm sorry?
They're in disrepair. They like there's sun eaten. There's some that are missed.
The banners.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think in whatever way, again, the more kind of analog form of communication is certainly worth trying. I wouldn't have any issue with allocating that in, be it the board you're talking about, Mac, or maybe something that maybe we feel is effective, maybe the banners, I don't know, something like that. Be fine by me. I don't.
I think it's worth discussing. I think it's something that maybe the Parks and Parkways Board should kind of fledge out for us and identify where they want to put them, get some community involvement, make sure that people want to put them on their median. I mean, there are a lot of residents who oppose sign pollution in this village, and I wouldn't want to force I wouldn't want from
What
this
was that,
dais
Vero?
to.
No, that Ryan is saying there's some people in the village that oppose to sign pollution, and I raised my hand because I'm one of those.
I wouldn't want to force from this dais to just throw them on some median that just get randomly picked on,
Well, they're high traffic.
with
It's
them.
where we would pick places where a lot of people drive and walk.
I could see, since we already have them at the rec center, using that as maybe a trial period, we could start putting the.
But the point is to
political
spread
signs there.
that, to spread it out away from the rec center. It's get it
Yeah,
elsewhere.
I
in the-
understand, but it's something that we could trial. And another idea is, I don't know if you guys recently drive Broad Causeway over to Bal Harbor, but they have a mobile electric sign that they.
Oh, I hate those things.
It
That
costs
to
a
me
lot.
looks trashy. That looks just so trashy and not
Not
in
something
style
you
with
might
the
say,
skate park
but
at all.
Mi-
I
Miami
know.
Shores has been using it for many, many years, and it is a hub of information in Miami Shores.
And Miami
They use
Shores
it
has
at the,
commercial.
90
I know,
sorry.
I know, I've seen theirs too. Look,
Yeah.
these other municipalities are very different than Biscayne Park. We have no commercial, we have no neon lights, we don't have flashing lights. We're a different animal altogether. The lit up things are not, in my opinion, in keeping with Biscayne Park. They are
So
with
for me-
Miami
for
Shores
me-
and the Causeway, certainly.
Sorry, Mac. I
Yeah,
think
it's
for
okay.
me, if you can share some of those examples as to how they would look, I'm trying to picture where you're describing. And then as a conversation that we can pick up on the next meeting as to where you're asking. I'm not a huge fan of adding signs across, and I also think communication is still an issue in terms of management. We can add another 10
Clearly.
platforms as
Chris, can I
to,
share my screen and I'll show Vera what I'm talking about? I can show it to you right now.
so we can continue to add other platforms and other ways to do it, but we need to find a strategically a plan on how we communicate for the different events. I'm not all for, let's just put more ways to spread it out there. It's about finding the right mix of what we already have and maybe not utilize. So again, I'm happy to see it. I don't know if you're going to show it now or you want to.
Can I
by
share,
email?
Chris? Chris has to give me the ability to share. There we go. Did it share? There you go. It's these. And this is installed on a post in the ground. So it's not garish. They come in different colors you can see. There are lots of these out there. I just pulled one up randomly. You can see on my screen, it's $500. And then here is where you would swap out the inserts that advertise, download our app, sign up for our website. Here's a list of the meetings coming up. Here's the next event coming up, to get so pedestrians who walk by, and by the way, QR codes like crazy. So scan the QR code. That's the other thing. It's instant engagement, because a lot of these things that we would slide in there could have a QR code. It'll say scan for more information. So it's just a way to get the message out. And I'm just saying, I'm not suggesting litter the village with these things, but put a couple in there so we could test it and see how people engage with them. Anybody want to support me on that or move on?
Sorry, say that again. Paul was talking. Mac, sorry.
Mac just said what I was trying to say was, yes, is it a consensus to add this tonight?
Look, I, in the broader form of communication improvement, in allocating some additional funds to try and get the message out, I'd say that's fine. I don't know about deciding on what we're going to be using, but to get the word out and try to get more people involved, I'd be fine with it.
Put a couple $1,000 in and then we can discuss how later.
I don't know, Mark. For me, I think I'll pass, just because again,
Okay.
I think we need to nail down what we
It's fine.
currently have.
It's
and we
10:24.
haven't.
You can say no. It's okay.
Yeah.
No hurt feelings. Ryan?
Sorry, Mac, it's a no for me.
Okay, it's a no. Who else has good ideas I can piss on? Teasing, I'm teasing.
What's that? I've never had a good idea. All right, well, got about 10:30 here, folks. Do we have anything else we want to bring up before we bring this to a close for the evening?
So our next, but yeah, I was gonna just catch up on what's.
Yeah.
next,
Let's-
For us to discuss, how many more times do we meet so we can kind of.
We have two more actual budget hearings. The first, well, I got a millage hearing on the 3rd. Evaluation.
This
on the
was our
5th.
third budget,
we have-
so
Workshop.
The 10th.
workshop, and we would have then the 2 hearings. That's
Right,
it.
we have millage and the budget hearing both on Tuesday,
third.
September 3rd.
Yep.
That's next, this coming Tuesday.
The
And
final
then
one's
we
on
have
Thursday.
the final one on Thursday, September 26th.
That's right.
So at that
That is
point,
the first and the
On
second.
Tuesday, it's not a workshop. That's your first budget hearing. the formal-
These are both, right, we're done
Yeah,
with
yeah.
workshops now. Everything else is a hearing. We have 2 hearings on the
Correct.
calendar.
Correct.
perfect.
Correct.
So at that, so for the next meeting, you're gonna have a draft for us to see that is gonna be cleaned up. We're gonna see all the numbers and where we stand to start conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Okay.
Can we get that draft before the meeting? Is that possible?
I'm imagining I can finish my notes by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and we'll see. The
Okay,
accountant-
here's,
That'd be great.
They know
here's
it's,
the
it's a
request I
holiday
would
weekend,
make.
so they're gonna wanna do it before Friday. So I'm hoping to have it by close of business Friday. You can
Okay.
circulate it.
okay, my request would be that before we all have it and we sit here and pour through it again, because we're gonna go through and we all have copious notes about all the changes we made. Can we please get a really tight, clean version of this thing so we aren't left wondering what was left out, what's wrong? I want this to go smoother. We had a post-mortem after the budget season last year, and I don't feel like this is going any better, quite frankly. I don't. I don't see any improvement in this system at all this year. I don't see us getting better materials in a more timely fashion. I think it may have gotten worse. I'd have to kind of compare, and I don't have time to do that. But I would ask that whomever is in charge of this, and Chris, it's you, please take the time to make sure we're getting a better product in front of us. Because we wouldn't have had 3 budget hearings if we had a better product in front of us. And if we had department heads at all the meetings, and by the way, Chris said that was, we can make that request, but had they been here, we would have gotten faster answers to all of our questions and we wouldn't be tripping over things. We tripped over a mess of a system again this year, and I want things to get better, not be the same or possibly worse. So please, let's make this better for the first hearing. Because we shouldn't be making big substantive changes at the hearings and catching mistakes. That's my lecture.
Agreed. So
Right, so we'll have,
I can't hear you, Vero.
I agree with you. I'm saying next
Thank you.
draft should be clean and a good way for us to get started.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
right,
Thank you very much.